distinguished ambassadors, Madam President, our esteemed colleagues from IMO, the moderators, speakers, and commentators at this conference, you are indeed very welcome. This conference, I suppose, is the brainchild of our colleagues in IMO to celebrate the London Convention. And of course, we live in Sweden, so we're very much cognizant of the importance of the Stockholm Declaration. Hence, the title of the conference, Protecting the Ocean Moving Forward at 50, the London Convention and Stockholm Declaration. It's a hybrid conference. Many of our contributors are contributing remotely. Believe it or not, we have over 450 remote participants across the world. I would say a very warm good morning to our colleagues in Africa, in Europe, a very early morning to our colleagues in the Americas and in the Caribbean, and good afternoon and good evening to those in Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and of course the Pacific. Again, I'd say a very warm welcome to the class of 2023. Our university is first and foremost about our students, and we're very proud of each and every one of you. We've structured up the conference around 8 panels. The first panel is a retrospective on the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration. Thereafter, we'll move to science and technology. Thirdly, international and regional approaches. Fourthly, jurisdictional issues. And of course, there are big jurisdictional issues. Fifthly, something that's intrinsic to the mission of the university, capacity building and technology transfer. And we have a particular focus on the BBNJ agreement. And I'm so happy that we have some of the lead negotiators for the BBNJ process have made their way here to the university, and you are indeed most welcome. And ultimately, we're going to turn to contemporary issues and future development. And lastly, we'll bring the strands of the conference together with my esteemed colleague, Ikut, and indeed Professor Clive Schofield will draw the strands together. A distinctive feature of this conference is we have 4 keynote addresses, and I think there's nobody better in the world to kick off the conference than the president of the university. And it's probably the biggest privilege if you work in the university to introduce the president of the university. And again, I've had the honor of working with Madam President over the last 5 years. Again, you're an inspiration to all of us here in faculty. You're an inspiration to our students. You're a role model, indeed, for everybody that is associated with this university and indeed our parent organization. You have an extraordinary biography. You have been a wonderful servant to the United Nations system. And I think that this particular chapter of your career has been something where we have really seen this extraordinary range of skills. So without further ado, Madam President, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronán. Well, I just say, wow. Thank you for all of you who are attending this event and those who are with us remotely. Her Excellency Ambassador Renee Lee. Do we have her here? No, she's online. Yeah. Well, we'll call your names. Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Jacobson. I know she's here. I saw her yesterday. Her Excellency Ambassador Geneviève Jean van Rossum. Thank you for being here with us too. Dear Director of the Marine Environment Division of the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, distinguished moderators and speakers, our faculty, our staff, and of course, importantly, our students. They are all participants joining us here in Malmö, in our wonderful city. And really the government and the citizens of Malmö government of Sweden and the citizens of Malmo have really been splendid to WMU, and to them a deep debt of gratitude. As the president of the World Maritime University, it gives me great pleasure to be here this morning and to formally open this conference entitled Protecting the Ocean and Moving Forward at 50. London Convention and Stockholm Declaration, a long title, but a very important one. We are co-hosting this conference with our parent body within the United Nations, the International Maritime Organization, and I see our colleagues right here up front with us. I am very heartened to see the high-level representatives attending this conference as well, from most countries and regions, both those of you who are here in person and those who are with us online. Your attendance attests to the importance of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration. You are most welcome to Malmo, home of WMU. All of you know the year 2022 marks the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention of Marine Pollution by Dumping Wastes and Other Matter, known, like all of us know it now, as the London Convention, as well as the declaration of the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, which took place in the Folkets Hus building in Stockholm, Sweden. Human change, and if I say humans, change their environment. Environmental change is driven by the things that we eat, build, make, buy, use, and throw away. And by the decisions that we make as citizens, as voters and negotiators, as scientists and conservationists, have recognized the threats to the Earth's flora and fauna, water systems, our oceans, the atmosphere, all of this for more than a century. But only in the past 5 decades have nations begun to address these issues on a global scale. The 1972 United Nations Conference on the Environment in Stockholm, the famous Stockholm Declaration, was the first world conference to make the environment a significant issue. The Stockholm Declaration, which contained 26 principles, class of 2022. How many principles? Class of 2022. How many principles? 22. Just so you remember, the Stockholm Declaration actually contained 26 principles. Just wanted to test you, class. It placed environmental problems at the front of international concerns. It marked the start of a dialogue between industrialized and developing countries on the link between economic growth, the pollution of the air, water, oceans, and the well-being of people around the world. The 1972 conference also adopted an action plan for the human environment containing 109 recommendations for action at the international level. Recommendation number 86C called for an international regime to regulate dumping. And the London Convention was duly concluded in the same year, 1972. The London Convention is the first binding international agreement to prevent illegal dumping in all marine areas outside internal waters. It is strengthened by the 1996 protocol, bringing in the precautionary approach to regulating dumping. Effectively, all dumping of waste at sea is prohibited, except for those on a reserve list. It is anticipated that the London Protocol will replace the London Convention over time. Since then, the development of modern international environmental law has been one of the more remarkable exercises in contemporary international lawmaking. This includes the comprehensive framework for marine environmental protection articulated in Part 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the 1992 Convention on Biological Diversity, the Rio Declaration of the UN Conference on Environment and Development, the UN Framework on Climate Change, and in 2015, the Paris Agreement. All of these questions I want to ask ourselves, are these really being implemented? Not just in words, but in fact, in reality. And much anticipated global treaty has been adopted relating to plastic pollution. Thanks to the diplomatic achievements and the politics, including policy making and activism that surround them, we now have a system of global environmental governance. Despite these strides, there is a growing perception that the current international governance and the system that embraces it remains weak and ineffective. Many international environmental institutions lack the adequate funding and effective enforcement mechanisms to enable this to happen. The individual states themselves are reluctant to relinquish their sovereignty and their rights to pursue their own national interests. As a result, many trends and patterns of global environmental degradation have not been reversed, leaving us on the path towards a devastating ecological crisis. I do not have to mention to this audience that we cannot allow this to happen. Not for ourselves, not for today, not for our children, not for our children's children's tomorrow. We must do what we can, each and every one of us, without exception. We must do what we can to reverse the course. We need to strengthen the global institutions. They need to get more active, whether it's IMO, whether it's the UN, whether it's the ILO. We need to get more active and put that message out. Time is running out. We need the public and the private sectors. We need civil society actors. We need individual citizens and consumers to take on far more responsibilities for environmental governance. So that's me on that page. I want to turn now to capacity development. Most importantly, what we need today are leaders. I am very pleased to see that many of our class of 2022 and 2023 and our PhD students are present at this conference. You all are going to be the ones to take all of this forward and make sure it happens. You are the present, you are the future leaders to save our environment. But we, the older ones, have to play our part as well, not to sit on the side. We are indeed very proud of our students. Over the past 39 years of education, we have now 5,634 alumni from 171 countries and territories who have come and obtained degrees at WMU. Many of them today hold positions of prominence around the world, including the current Secretary General, Mr. Kitaklim, our dear Secretary General, including himself. And Mr. Frederick Haag, head of the Office of the London Protocol and Convention, as well as Ocean Affairs, who co-organized this conference and is here with us today. Thank you very much. I see you. Today, a new chapter in ocean education, research and capacity building has commenced at the university with the inauguration of the WMU-Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute on the 8th of May, 2018. The Institute, GOI, we call it, Professor Long, who heads that particular portfolio and is fantastic at it. The Institute is tasked with research and the delivery of capacity development programs addressing some of the most intractable problems concerning anthropogenic impacts on the ocean and its environment and the resources that it supports. At the 2022 UN Ocean Conference, WMU organized 3 well-attended side events to highlight the research programs on the empowerment of women for the ocean decade, the land to ocean leadership, overcoming regulatory barriers for service robotics in an ocean industry context, as well as marine debris, sargassum, and marine spatial planning in the Eastern Caribbean. Recently, that is just last month, quite a few of our PhD students attended the biggest global conference on plastics, which took place in Busan, Korea. They shared their research and vision for a world without plastic pollution in keynote speeches, in presentations, in poster presentations, and panel discussions. I'm very proud of them, that class, and those who follow the issues on oceans. These students represented the best of WMU and their small island developing states, and give us all the hope that we can meet these huge sustainability challenges through human empowerment. The success of WMU today is a testament to the need for the development of human resources and capacity building and utilization of education as a means to improve sustainable and peaceful uses of the ocean for the benefit of the present and the future generations. We are committed at WMU to fulfill our mission to be the world's center of excellence in postgraduate education relating to maritime and ocean affairs, professional training, research, while building global capacity and promoting sustainable development. I want to take this opportunity to thank our co-hosts, the IMO, our mother institution, and acknowledge our donors, most especially the Nippon Foundation, who have been tremendous with WMU. To them, a big debt of gratitude. The Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute would not have been possible without you, and the university more widely. Ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken long enough. I want to wish you the best of luck with your interventions and I look very much forward to the outcomes of those 2 days together. Thank you and enjoy WMU, the World Maritime University, right here in Malmö. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Inspiring as always. Without further ado, I wish to introduce our keynote address for this morning. It is Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, who is the director of the Marine Environment Division at the International Maritime Organization. Mr. Dominguez, you have the floor.
Good morning to all. And I should say also, suppose good afternoon and good evening for those who are actually following us online. Madam President, thank you very much for those opening remarks. Excellencies, colleagues, students, it is a real pleasure for me to actually be able to come back to WMU after quite a few years. I'm not going to count the 2 years of the pandemic because I think it's better that we just put that in the past and move forward, just as we're planning to do with the environmental agenda that we have that we're going to discuss in these couple of days. I have a difficult task because following the excellent words of the President is never easy. Also, I don't want to preempt the discussions that you're going to have later on, so we'll not go into the specific details of the conventions. I'll leave that for the experts. But I would like to see if I can leave you with a few thoughts that you can then take that on the discussions that we're going to have later on. Plus, I need to keep a steady speed when I'm actually delivering, because as a Panamanian, of course, we tend to speak quite fast. It's been 50 years of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration. You're going to hear that throughout these couple of days. But I think it's a very good opportunity to focus not just on what has been achieved and how we have done it, but take that experience into what it comes next. There's several topics that are actually very closely related to the London Convention, the London Protocol, and the Stockholm Declaration. Look at the plastic agreement that the world have decided to develop. All the discussions that we have on greenhouse gas emissions. These are all very relevant topics that actually have been supported with that landmark decisions in 1972 of adopting not one, but 2 international instruments. And that was a recognition at the time of the importance of actually protecting the oceans, because we all depend on the oceans and we're going to continue to exploit the oceans. It's how we do it in a very sustainable manner, how we take responsibility for the damage that we cause to the environment and the oceans, and how we actually take the necessary measures for everyone, all the member states, to be able to actually protect it. So we have oceans for many centuries to come. These 2 landmark agreements, again, 1972, also led us to have the privilege of the organization. At that time, it was the IMCO, the previous name of the IMO, to be named the secretariat functions of the London Convention. That gave us an opportunity to actually start to work very closely with another very important institution in the United Nations, which is the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP. We was born actually from the Stockholm Declaration. And up to today, IMO plays a very key role in partnerships for all the training and collaboration that we do in supporting member states with UNEP. Now, in retrospective, we can look back at how the London Convention started to protect the oceans. It banned the discharge of incinerators waste from the sea. It was one of the main landmark agreements at the time when the conventions entered into force. And as the time went by, and we continue to recognize the damage of the oceans, other conventions started to be developed and also enter into force. So it is kind of important to actually recognize that the London Convention preceded the Marple Convention and UNCLOS. So we actually provided some experience and expertise on other areas that needed to be protected, but also taking into account and recognizing that very experience that the London Convention provided at the time. we have moved into then the next step of the convention. And in 1996, we adopted the London Protocol. Now, that was a recognition that there was more to be done. The convention needed to evolve. And with the objective that in the future, the convention was going to be superseded by the London Protocol, is when we started to focus our attention at IMO in the regulatory process within the protocol. However, we still have this agreement of two conventions, one family. And it has been working very well. It continues to provide the support to all the parties to both instruments. And we really call upon member states to actually move ahead in ratifying the London Protocol and bringing into force the very key recent decisions that it has taken. So in the 90s, after we moved from the incinerations, sort of banning on the incinerations of waste at sea, as well as the dumping of industrial and radioactive materials, the London Protocol took over and started to look into marine geoengineering. And at the time, after it enters into force in 2006, we started to analyze what it was called at the time, oceans fertilization. It was a way to exploit the oceans, another industry that was growing, but we didn't know much about it. And this is where these instruments are so key in protecting the environment. One of the advantages of the London Conventions and the London Protocol as well is that they're actually supported by scientific analysis and scientific studies. And this played a key role when we actually started to regulate marine geoengineering. Just last week, we also made a landmark decision on the London Protocol and adopted amendments to remove sewage sludge from that famous list that the president mentioned of dumping waste. So no longer is going to be available. It's not going to be possible to do that. Those amendments will enter into force 100 days after the adoption. Now, where else is the London Protocol helping us? And this is a very key topic. Ocean sequestration, CO2 sequestration. That's actually, that discussion started with the London Protocol and is now moving into the environmental agenda within the Marple Convention at IMO, because we're now looking into the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions emanating from the ships. And one of the technologies that could be developed that can help us into actually achieving those goals of decarbonization of the shipping industry is CO2 sequestration. And the London Protocol is providing us already all the information that we need to move forward on this agenda. So the conventions do not compete with each other. They actually complement each other. And that's the beauty of the regulatory system within the UN. That what we do is something that is not covered in one instrument, we find the opportunities to then address it through another instrument without causing any conflict between them. And this leads us into future instruments, like the Plastic Global Convention that we all agreed to develop earlier this year, and biodiversity beyond natural, I lost my track now. BBNJ, beyond national jurisdiction, sorry. Which of course is being developed for the last 10 years in the United Nations, and IMO plays an important role. Why? Because what we're trying to do there is not to duplicate or double regulate. What IMO, what WMU, what the Global Ocean Institute, what Marple Convention, London Protocol, and the London Convention brings into this process is all the experience that we have in protecting marine areas, in how we protect the oceans for illegal dumping. And that's the recognition that I hope that you can all take back when you actually bring these topics into the attention of your administrations, because that's another matter where I'm very pleased to have all the students here, because when you go back to your countries and you take on board everything that you have learned through your passing at WMU and the Global Oceans Institute, is the fact that it is important internally at national level that the different entities speak to each other. We need maritime administrations speaking to the environment administrations, as well as to the foreign affairs ministries, because you all participate as one within the United Nations framework of work. And this is something that needs to be strengthened. Now, during this week, you're going to see a program that is going to talk about the retrospective of 50 years of the conventions. But when you listen to the presentations and all the feedback that comes from it, focusing to what comes next. What are we going to do? Is it going to be the plastic? Is it going to be BB&J? Is it the new technologies that are going to allow the ships to be actually cleaner in decarbonizing the industry? Is the London Protocol in a good place to support the implementation of the new environmental regulations that comes from other instruments? If you ask those questions, you probably can start bringing and helping us to see where we're going forward. That's a nice song. Thank you very much. That's all right. It happens. It can happen to anyone. Science and technology. Do we have instruments in place that actually promote that promote the development of new technology, that doesn't limit such development? Do we have a good contribution from regional implementations, regional bodies that actually take on board the framework of these instruments? How do we bridge the gap between North and South? How can we provide better assistance, technical cooperation to the member states? Do we need to redevelop the way that we support them? Is there a better way to measure the success of the technical cooperation and capacity building activities to member states? How can we make them some efficient? How do we get that feedback into this process? What about the jurisdictional liabilities? Are we all on the same page when it comes to jurisdictional liabilities of the conventions? Because interpretation of the instrument is always come from the member states. We as Secretariat, and you will hear that from us, can provide advice. The final decision is for the member states that ratify these conventions. And of course, how it is going to help in all the new array of climate change negotiations that are coming up. We have COP coming up. We have the CBD at the end of the year as well. Then all these are new developments where the conventions can actually continue to support their implementations. Now, I know that I'm running out of time and I don't want to disrupt a very packed agenda. And it is for me also to give thanks to WMU for these kind of invitations, for helping us to co-host this event, for continue to actually support in particular developing states and smaller developing states by training further staff, new managers, new regulators, new inspectors that actually come here to take that additional step in order to help the IMO to better implement the instruments that we develop. The Sasakawa Global Institute and the Nippon Foundation, as you heard, I mean, for many years, the Nippon Foundation had been such a great supporter to this institution and to the goals and objectives, as well as be an advocate, all of you, of what we are doing, why we're doing this, where are we going? You need to promote the good things. I know that there are challenges ahead, but the more that we speak to each other, the more that we learn from each other on implementing the instruments, on knowing the challenges that we face with each other, is the only way that we are going to be able to meet the targets, because we all recognize how fragile the environment is. We see it on the news every day. So we're not scandalized anymore because we're getting used to see those news. But we need to take the responsibility at the same time. It is your future and the future of the new generations. And we don't want to live in a state where it's just going to be problem after problem for them. At least leave them some solutions. Take this opportunity this week to actually do that. Take the same opportunity whether you are going through the studies here at WMU and when you go back home. So let's stay proactive. Let's be positive that we can actually achieve what we set up to do. And let's continue to regulate in a proper way the emissions from ships in the environment, the dumping that the London Convention and the London Protocol has regulated for 50 years, and we hope to continue to do so. And let's give an opportunity to this planet and to the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to keep enjoying the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominguez. Also very motivational and inspiring. I hope that you all students take in these words and run with them. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I hope that we can catch that up with the first panel. So I won't take too much time other than to introduce the moderator of this panel, which is Frederick Hart, the head of the Office for the London Convention and Protocol and of Ocean Affairs. Mr. Hogg, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Elas, and thank you, previous speakers. Good morning, everyone, and around the world as well. I will not take much time. I'd just like to introduce the panel, but first I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be back at WMU as a former student as well. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President. So I do know how you all feel and where you are, and therefore I would also like to emphasize that we'll in this panel that we have now, the first panel on retrospective on the London Convention Stockholm Declaration and their impact on maritime law. We have three sections. First, we have a couple of very good speakers, three to be precise. One is a video message. Then we have two commentators who will provide their thoughts and reflections on what the speakers have presented. And finally, we have a Q&A with you as the audience and stakeholders. And there I would like to invite you, especially the students, to as you hear the speakers' presentations, reflect and don't feel shy to come up with some good questions at the end of the session as well, so we can have a good dialogue. But first, if I could maybe invite our speakers and commentators to come up on stage and join me here. First, we have Ms. Betsy Valente, Chief of Freshwater and Marine Regulatory Branch of the United States EPA and Chair of the Governing Bodies of the London Convention on Protocol. Online, we will have Dr. Woong Seo Kim, President of the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, KIOST. So he can not join us here. We have Professor Nilfer Oral, Director of the Center of International Law at National University of Singapore, online. We have two excellent commentators with us too. Måns Jakobsson, Director and CEO formerly of the International Oil Pollution Compensation Funds, IOPC funds. Care to join us as well? And Dr. Zhen Sun, Associate Professor of the WMU-Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. So I just need to turn my pages around here. First of all, I'd like to invite Betsy Valente to give her presentation. Betsy is the Chief of the Freshwater and Marine Regulatory Branch of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, led national ocean dumping management efforts, and supported the EPA's marine pollution control programs generally. She has served as the chair of the LCLP contracting parties meetings since 2020, most recently last week in an exciting session, having previously served as vice chair from 2014 to 2019. So if I can please invite you up on stage, Betsy, and to give your presentations on 50 years of ocean protection implementing the London Convention.
Thank you, Frederick. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to celebrate 50 years of ocean protection. I'd like to thank the WMU and the IMO for their efforts in developing this program to commemorate this important milestone in the protection of our oceans. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but our oceans are some of the most biologically diverse and productive habitats on the planet, and they provide us with a wealth of benefits. But unfortunately, we have taken our oceans for granted. Prior to the adoption of the London Convention, many communities around the world use the ocean for waste disposal. For disposal of things like acid chemical waste from pulp mills, contaminated dredge materials, construction, and demolition debris. Little attention was given to the environmental impacts of waste disposal, and even less to reuse, recycling, and beneficial uses of materials. Because of uncontrolled dumping, The ocean became demonstrably contaminated in some areas with high levels of heavy metals, high concentrations of heavy metals, and in some places, oxygen depletion was a problem. Because of uncontrolled dumping, many countries by the early 70s were quite concerned that this needed to stop. And since 1972, contracting parties to the convention have agreed to control dumping that not only considers the need for, but the potential impacts of dumping. And over time, as we've heard already this morning, parties have banned the dumping of certain wastes and promoted pollution prevention activities and sound waste management. And as we've heard, in 1996, a step forward was made when the parties concluded the development of the new treaty, the London Protocol, to modernize and eventually replace the convention. The London Protocol, of course, very much limits the types of materials that can be considered for dumping by prohibiting all dumping unless it's on a short reverse list. And through the convention and the protocol, great progress has been made to prevent and reduce pollution. And I think this is very much due to the active participation of the parties that participate in the London Convention and the protocol. Also, the non-governmental organizations and the intergovernmental organizations that contribute to the work, and the willingness of the parties to work together to solve problems. And together, the parties have prioritized waste reduction, waste management alternatives, and are looking towards more activities such as the beneficial use of dredge material. There have been some significant efforts by parties to share best practices to make sure that the few materials that we can consider for dumping are carefully evaluated and aren't harming other uses of the sea. Waste assessment guidances are a key part of the work that we do in the London Convention, London Protocol. These guidances have been developed for the few types of materials that can be dumped. And over time, because these guidances are kept under review, they're improved. And one of the updates, for example, is as we were looking to implement some best practices in recent years for the vessel disposal and platforms guidances, we not only looked to contracting parties for improvement, but also looked for opportunities to reduce any sorts of plastic wastes and other materials that might be part of the process. Low tech, low cost guidances have been developed for monitoring, for field monitoring, and for compliance monitoring, and also how to do the activities of assessing materials that may be considered for dumping. Guidances have also been developed to deal with, I'd phrase it as hopefully not occurring very often, but they do occur. Cargoes can sometimes spoil on board vessels, and how to manage them is often a difficult challenge. So improvements in how parties can consider dealing with a spoiled cargo have been incorporated into more recent guidances. In addition, through the London Convention and London Protocol, parties have raised the concerns about dealing with fiber reinforced plastic vessels when they're at the end of life. This is a challenging problem worldwide, but it's particularly challenging for small island states. There are significant challenges ahead for our oceans, but these treaties, the London Convention and London Protocol, have a significant role to play with climate mitigation. Parties have already taken steps to regulate the sequestration of carbon dioxide in subseabed geologic formations. Parties have also taken actions to reduce the potential harm to the marine environment from technologies designed to reduce carbon in the atmosphere or mitigate impacts. If I might highlight a couple of accomplishments from the most recent meetings of the annual contracting parties, which occurred in London last week at the IMO headquarters. We've already heard how sewage sludge has been removed from the short list of materials that may be considered for dumping. So in the past, sewage sludge dumping was conducted in relatively large volumes, but over time this practice has been reduced. And last year the parties were able to conclude that because the practice had declined considerably, and because many conventions and domestic legislation had already banned it, it is something that could be removed from the list of materials considered for dumping. Also last week, the contracting parties to the London Convention took action associated with a review of a strategic plan. A few years ago, the parties developed a strategic plan to help facilitate improved implementation of the two treaties, to contribute to the prevention of marine pollution, but also to advance the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. This strategic plan has four major directions that are involved. Those are to promote ratification or accession to the London Protocol, to enhance effective implementation, and to promote the work of the treaties externally, and to identify emerging issues in the topic of marine environmental protection within the scope of the treaties. This was our first plan reviewed, and parties took some stock of where we are in terms of progress and identified some additional actions to facilitate further implementation. Also last week, parties adopted a statement identifying the need to carefully evaluate marine geoengineering techniques, which have the potential for mitigating the effects of climate change, but also may have adverse impacts. The statement recognizes the growing interest in these technologies and identifies four techniques that need priority evaluation. I won't speak to this at length because I know we'll have some additional talks on this later during this program. Now, because I find sometimes pictures are helpful, I'd like to ask if we could pull up a story map, and I'd like to show an example of how one contracting party has, over the last 50 years, taken action through regulatory change and implementation, improved ocean protections to implement an ocean dumping treaty. So if I could ask you to click on the before the MPRSA. So in the United States, the Marine Protection Research and Sanctuaries Act was passed in 1972 to allow the United States to be a contracting party to the London Convention and to implement the treaty requirements of the convention. And if I can ask you to keep scrolling. So starting in 1972, some pretty terrible wastes were dumped into the ocean, and those were immediately banned. And then over time, some additional practices, such as the burning of wood waste at sea, were determined to be environmentally sound, and began the process of phasing out. Sewage sludge and industrial wastes were banned in the United States in the late 80s, followed by a phasing out of an incineration at sea permit program, so that's no longer allowed to occur. So now, like many countries around the world, if you can also keep going, yeah, dredged material is the primary material that is ocean dumped. This is the sediment excavated from navigation channels, ports, and harbors. And in general, most countries that belong to the London Convention and London Protocol, dredged material is the material that is most commonly dumped. And it is carefully evaluated and placed at locations so that they don't cause impacts to navigation or other uses of the sea. Another type of material that falls within the reverse list and is one of the few materials that can be considered for dumping are sometimes there are opportunities for vessel disposal that are limited on land and for recycling. So when vessels can be carefully prepared and cleaned and dumped in locations that hopefully minimize the impacts to the environment. In the United States, we have an organic waste category that we sometimes we have marine mammals that wash ashore and cause impacts to navigation channels or cause a human health threat on beaches. And we have an ocean dumping permit to allow for marine mammal carcasses to be towed offshore and safely disposed in the ocean. Hopefully rarely, and this has been the case over a long period of time, sometimes we've had to dump some materials under emergency circumstances. And again, this has to be an imminent threat to human health, and the circumstances under the use of this category are rare. Also in the United States, we have a burial at sea permit, and we have some, on occasion, some more unusual permits, such as an ice pier permit for Antarctica. Our National Science Foundation builds ice piers in Antarctica. Over time, these permits degrade, or excuse me, the piers degrade, are no longer structurally sound. They're managed and towed offshore. Lastly, I'd just like to highlight that where we place materials under permit or dispose of materials under permit, we have designated sites, and we manage these sites and try to select these in areas that do not cause harm to other uses of the sea and critical habitats. We, in the United States, use the Environmental Protection Agency to manage and monitor ocean disposal sites. And if we have 2 minutes, I have a quick little video which will just demonstrate how some scientists around the world do ocean dumping monitoring.
Bridging America's ports and harbors is vital to navigation, national security, and our economy. Of the several hundred million cubic yards of sediment dredged from ports, marinas, and navigation channels each year, about 1/4 of it is responsibly managed at designated ocean disposal sites around the country. To ensure that ocean disposal does not harm the marine environment, chief scientists with EPA's Ocean Dumping Management Program conduct extensive monitoring at these sites. EPA manages nearly 100 disposal sites located in a variety of marine environments, from the temperate waters of Rhode Island to the tropical oceans around Guam. Monitoring ocean disposal sites requires specialized experience. Sites are in ocean waters up to 3,000 meters deep, and surveys are not sheltered from severe waves, currents, and winds. EPA chief scientists design unique survey plans for each location to include a site's characteristics and disposal activities. They gather a variety of data from sediment and water chemistry to ocean habitat composition and ecology. EPA chief scientists use different data collection methods based on the conditions at the disposal site and scuba diving surveys. They use the data collected to determine the best disposal management practices, like modifying the size of the site or adjusting the disposal zone within the site. The work of the chief scientists is essential to effectively manage ocean disposal sites. The information collected during these surveys ensures EPA will protect the marine environment and human health while maintaining the vital functions of our ports and harbors.
Good morning, everyone. I am King. Good morning, everyone. I am King, the president of the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Congratulations on the 50th anniversary of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration. And I'm honored to have a chance to participate in the International Academic Conference hosted by the International Maritime Organization and the World Maritime University through video. Today, I would like to introduce to you the policy of phasing out South Korea's marine dumping of sewage sludge, in which the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology played a key role based on the London Protocol. Sewage sludge is the end product through the first and the second processes of treatment facilities from municipal sewage, and it contains high concentrations of heavy metals and persistent organic compounds, depending on the source. Therefore, ocean dumping of sewage sludge may cause severe marine pollution. But on the other hand, we can reuse sewage sludges as a recycled resources. With the expanding global concern and demand for regulations on the issue of ocean dumping, Europe banned the ocean dumping of sewage sludge in 1998, according to the Oscar Convention. The London Protocol also came into force in 2006 to regulate ocean dumping internationally. As you all know, under the IMO, the London Protocol is organized to protect the marine environment from human activities and focuses on a precautionary approach to environmental protections from ocean dumping waste and other man-made materials. The Republic of Korea joined the London Convention on December 21st, 1993, and joined the London Protocol on January 22nd, 2009. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea supervises all kinds of ocean dumping of waste by the Marine Environment Management Act in response to international obligations under the London Protocol. Based on the precautionary principle of the London Protocol, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries recognized the reuse of sewage sludge as a more practical approach to maximizing efficiency and controlled governance while minimizing conflict with stakeholders. In July 2016, the Republic of Korea submitted a report to the Secretariat of the London Convention and Protocol entitled Barriers to Compliance with the Termination of the Ocean Dumping of Sewage Sludge in the Republic of Korea. From now on, I would like to introduce a research article today, published in an international journal in 2020, entitled Overview of the Policies for Phasing Out Ocean Dumping of Sewage Sludge in the Republic of Korea. Ocean dumping in the Republic of Korea started in 1993 to reduce the burden of waste generated on land and prevent damage to rivers and coastal environments. In case of sewage sludge, ocean dumping started in 1993 with 10,000 cubic meters of sewage sludge waste and increased rapidly to 8.8 million cubic meters in 2006. As a result of this increase in sewage sludge waste, we found significant concentrations of heavy metals and organic pollutants in seabed sediments of ocean dumping sites and affected patterns of the distribution of diversity of benthic ecosystem. Regarding this issue, awareness of the risk of marine environment damage by ocean dumping has spread rapidly and caused various social conflicts, which provide key motivations for establishing a policy to phase out the ocean dumping of seaweed sludge. Accordingly, in 2006, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries implemented a comprehensive plan to strengthen the regulations on ocean dumping under the principle of priority disposal on land and the scientific environmental management system of dumping sites. To achieve this plan, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries first established the annual reduction target. Second, develop action lists and action levels. Third, apply to the polluter pays principle. Fourth, place illegal dumping activities under surveillance. And fifth, conducted regular basis monitoring on dumping sites. Specifically, first, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries aimed to reduce dumping of seaweed sludge by 50% from 2006 to 2011 through interagency consultations and professional advice from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, KIOS. To achieve this goal, the polluter pays principle was introduced to be responsible for paying for the marine environmental damage caused by polluters following the London Protocol, thereby strengthening the standard of ocean dumping pollution. Second plan is to develop its own action list and action level for ocean dumping based on the London Protocol waste assessment guidelines. To achieve this goal, the KIOS has developed standards for ocean dumping that provide standards for acceptable contaminants by analyzing seaweed sludge from more than 100 seaweed treatment plants. The upper and lower levels of permissible content of the harmful substances in the action list served as a useful basis, effectively reduce the amount of seaweed sludge dumping by 50% at the dumping site. Third, the application of the polluter pays principle of the London Protocol. Ocean dumping is preferred over land proposal because of its lower cost, thus increasing the polluter's liability and control the amount of ocean dumping. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries amended the Marine Environment Management Act in 2006 to impose the cost of ocean dumping, and the levy is deposited in the Fisheries Development Fund, which is used to improve the marine environment. Fourth, illegal dumping surveillance. There is case of illegal dumping outside a designated site to reduce the transport cost and time of ocean dumping. To prevent such violations, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries developed an automatic positioning systems, auto identification system, and tracks the void of dumping vessels at all times. And fifth, regular basis scientific monitoring of dumping sites. The KIOS has been monitoring designated dumping sites every year since 2004. evaluating environmental conditions and suggesting solutions when problems are found. The monitoring research are applied to minimize damage to the marine environment by establishing regulations on ocean dumping to prevent marine environmental pollutions. For example, some dumping sites that suffer from intensive contamination have been banned dumping activities since 2006 and designated as priority restoration target sites. To summarize my talk so far, the ocean dumping of sewage sludge in the Republic of Korea started in 1993 and increased rapidly until 2006, which increased the negative impact on the marine environment and social concerns as well. To respond to these environmental and social impacts, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries implemented a comprehensive plan for ocean dumping management in 2006 to phase out ocean dumping of sewage sludge. The Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries plan and corresponding actions were corrected. The plan led to phase out ocean dumping of sewage sludge in 2012 and the further reduction of other sludges in the following year. Finally, all types of sewage sludges were prohibited in 2016. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries efforts to reduce ocean dumping has caused an extra effect of increasing recycling efficiency. For example, in 2005, 1 year before the plan began, the ocean dumping rate of the total amount of sewage sludge in Korea was 78%, accounting for 3/4 of the total amount, while the recycling rate of the entire sewage sludge was only about 5%. But when ocean dumping was finished in 2012, the recycling rate increased to 43%. Additionally, incineration energy and reclamation gas consumption also increased significantly, contributing to the stressful application of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs policy. Although the dumping activities of sewage sludge have ended, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is continuously monitoring and researching to understand the contamination process at the dumping site and keep developing a method to improve the environmental conditions of the site. For instance, direct dredging at the dump site was impossible due to the distance from the shore and water depths. Still, we found that the capping method of covering the contaminated seabed sediments with dredged material effectively reduced the concentration of hazardous substances in the dumping site. The success of the Republic of Korea can be found in the close cooperation among government agencies, local communities, and stakeholders. It is also because these policies were quickly and strictly applied with a fortified surveillance system. Finally, I believe Republic of Korea joining the London Protocol gave us an opportunity for the success of the Republic of Korea. Thank you for your time.
Okay, yeah. thank you very much to Mr. Kim, who cannot hear us, unfortunately, but we send a big virtual thank you. The first two speakers actually captured some interesting things, I think, both looking at the global regulatory framework, but also the national experiences. And what Mr. Kim did in the last presentation, what tied back to what Mr. Dominguez mentioned before, and Betsy as well, the amendment last week to remove sewage sludge from the list of waste that may be considered for dumping. So it tells the 50-year story in a very nice way. Thank you to you both. The third speaker and the final speaker will speak more about the Stockholm Declaration, the ocean 50 years after Stockholm. And this is Professor Nilüfer Oral from the Center of International Law at the National University of Singapore and a member of the UN's International Law Commission. She is the co-chair of the study group on the sea level rise in relation to international law, and she was a climate change negotiator for the Turkish ministry from 2009 to 2016. She's very experienced, and we look forward to hearing her presentation by virtual means. I hope you can hear us, Nilüfer. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you so much, Frederick. And I hear everyone very well. Well, first, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, greetings from Singapore. It's very regrettable that I cannot be in wonderful Malmo, but I'm extremely honored to have been invited to speak at this very important conference celebrating 50 years of the historic Stockholm Conference Declaration and the London Convention as well. So I take the opportunity to thank the Sasakawa Ocean Institute, and especially my very dear friend, Professor Ronán, and the wonderful conference student. I have friends there, including Zen-san, who is, I know, going to be a commentator. So greetings to all of you. Today, I will speak briefly. I think I'm going to take somewhat of a macro approach to the evolution of protection of the marine environment and related instruments since the historic and groundbreaking, as was very nicely described by Madam President, the first global meeting of states on the protection of the environment in Stockholm some 50 years ago. And what I will do now, hopefully, if you will allow me to get my PowerPoint out. Okay, can everyone see that? Oops. Okay, oops, I say I've got it the wrong location though. All right, can you hear me all right? All right, I will assume so. All right, so actually I've changed my title a little bit. So I'm going to look at ocean governance 50 years after Stockholm, where we were, where we are, and well, we'll see where we are heading, or where are we heading perhaps. So this is Stockholm, and it's a beautiful city as well. I'm not sure this is 50 years ago, but it's a lovely photo of Stockholm. So the Stockholm Conference, of course, the full name is the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, as I said earlier, was a landmark, historic, groundbreaking conference, because it's the first time you had governments meeting on one topic, and that is protection of the environment, which also include the ocean and seas. And it was important because it set in motion a new global plan of governance for the protection of the environment for future generations. Now, and Madam President gave us a lesson on the principles, but I'm going to focus only on one principle. And there are others that are relevant for the ocean, but I will only focus on this one. And basically, Principle 7 states that states shall take all possible steps to prevent pollution of the seas by substances that are liable to create hazards to human health, to harm living resources and marine life, to damage amenities, or to interfere with other legitimate uses of the sea. So this is very important, but I note that the emphasis was on pollution. So indeed, when we look at the action plan, very extensive action plan, we note that, and this is an understanding where we were in 1972, the focus, and understandably, had to do more with fisheries, overfishing, marine pollution, but marine pollution coming from ships, particularly accidental pollution. We have to recall, and of course, Frederick and those at the IMO, very familiar with the Torrey Canyon oil tanker incident. And now we're hearing quite a bit about dumping, of course, and land-based sources of pollution, although at that time, it was more limited than what we have today, which I will talk about a little later on. So that's where we were in 1972. Now I'm going to look at, oh, and also I should say that the level of instruments and we had governing the marine environment were quite limited. So the 1972 Stockholm Conference was very important. It served as a catalyst for new environmental conventions and the creation of new institutions, in particular, the United Nations Environmental Program that included the Regional Seas Program. So from the Stockholm Conference, it really launched a whole new era of environmental governance, but specifically also for the ocean. Unfortunately, however, despite the process that was launched and the awareness raised 50 years ago in Stockholm, we have new threats to the oceans that have been discussed already to some degree. Marine plastic pollution, it is also land-based, but at the time it was not at the level it is in the 21st century. Biodiversity, this was a concept, a terminology that did not exist. And of course, this includes marine biodiversity. Climate change did not exist at that time, and climate change is a major threat to the ocean right now. Illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. This is also something that has developed over more recent decades. And of course, now we have concerns about seabed mining. All right, so this is what has happened, where we are right now. But again, I want to focus also on how developments, how much the governance at the international level in terms of instruments have been developed and very robustly. And I mentioned briefly the United Nations Environmental Program, Regional Seas Program, very important because not all problems are alike at the global level. And the region is an important approach that was introduced as well. So in 1974, and this was really based on the declaration, I believe it was Principle 21, but UNEP was established, and in 1974, the Regional Seas Program is established. And today it includes 18 regional seas, although I have to say, governance structure is a little different. Some have conventions and binding instruments addressing different areas such as dumping, land-based sources of pollution, whereas others are using more based on action plans. Nonetheless, very important for the protection of the marine environment. Of course, we have the co-host sponsor of this important conference is the International Maritime Organization. And of course, I'm not going to give an overview of the IMO. They've done, I have to say, the IMO has done so much since 1972 in responding to the threats from shipping that harm the marine environment. We've already, of course, we've talked about the dumping. It's one of the focus areas of this conference, but also 1973, the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL, OPRC, and I won't name them all. And more recently, of course, we have very important, the Ship's Ballast Water and Sediments Convention. And I may have missed one or two, but these are some of the principal ones. So here we see a great deal of work that has gone on at the IMO. Important. So one thing missing really in 1972 was an overarching global convention, a binding convention that addressed the marine environment. And in 1982, after 9 years of negotiations, governments adopted the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And Part 12, really, again, there was nothing like Part 12 in 1972. And Part 12, as far as I'm concerned, remains probably the most comprehensive and important binding global instrument we have for protection of the marine environment. It is the only instrument, in my view, that gives a very clear obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. And importantly, it addresses all sources of pollution. And interestingly, it's the only binding instrument at the global level, not regional, that actually addresses land-based sources of pollution. So this was an important milestone in the governance of the oceans and marine environment that came a decade after the Stockholm conference. As well, IUU fishing. It was not a concept that existed then. We had distant fishing, and of course, fishing was an important, has always been an important issue. It was an issue in the 1972. It was an issue in the 1950s. But IUU fishing is something that developed much later on. And so here we see many developments have taken under the Food and Agriculture Organization. Also, we have under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, a separate agreement, the UN Fish Stocks Agreement, very important, that also incorporated some of the more the principles and approaches that developed after UNCLOS was adopted. And also we have the FAO Port State Measures Agreement. Again, I'm just giving a broad overview of the developments that have happened since 1972. In 1972, the concept of marine protected areas was not really developed. And so the very first World Conference on National Parks that dealt with protected areas in general was adopted in 1975. And then we see over the decades the development of marine protected areas. The IUCN, of course, which I'm a member, has been a very important part of this. But at the global level, the Convention of Biological Diversity, the parties adopted IKE Target 11, which foresaw protecting 10% of coastal and marine areas. This was repeated by the SDG, adopted under the UN General Assembly in 2015. And now very recently, we see that 10% is not enough. And now we're looking to increasing to 30%. But there has been an incredible movement towards protecting greater areas of the ocean. And I have here a little map of very large marine protected areas. So these are important developments that have taken place in these past 50 years. Now, and I know that we have Rena Lee, Ambassador Rena Lee, who will be speaking about this. She's been leading the president of the Intergovernmental Conference for the negotiation of a new internationally legally binding agreement. And I'm just going to say it very shortly, for conservation of biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, known as BBNJ. Basically the high seas, the area where coastal states do not have competence. And so here we see this is a very important development as well, filling a gap and so moving ocean governments into an area that was really quite unprotected. And so I know this will be adopted soon. Marine plastic pollution, this is a land-based source for the most part, and also from, from shipping and fishing as well. And here, the most recent development, we see that governments are cooperating, they've come together. Even though we talk about treaty fatigue, where there's a need, I'm encouraged to see that governments are agreeing to start a negotiation for a new instrument to end plastic pollution towards an internationally legally binding instrument. And so again, this is an important development for ocean governance, because we know that most of that plastic pollution, a lot of it is ending up in the ocean. Climate change is an area that is interesting because it's a bit falling between a gap. it was an issue that really didn't exist in the 1970s. And when the Law of the Sea Convention was negotiated, climate change was not on the international agenda until some years later. And now we know from all the scientific reports that the ocean is under a very serious threat from climate change. Ocean warming, deoxygenation, sea level rise, and ocean acidification, all having extremely serious impacts on marine life and on human lives as well, on the livelihoods of millions who depend upon the ocean. So right now we don't have a global instrument that directly addresses climate change and the ocean. Indirectly, we can talk about the Law of the Sea Convention, but what is encouraging is that the BBNJ agreement, when adopted, will be the first global instrument that expressly makes reference to climate change, the ocean, and ocean acidification. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. Where we are heading, where are we heading? I leave that an open question. I like to think that even though, and I know Ronán, he likes us to think sometimes positively. It's important not to always look at the negative, because unfortunately the state of the ocean is quite negative. But we have to be encouraged that there's a lot of action, a lot of motion in place. States are taking action. People are taking action, civil society is. So I like to think that we are heading in the right direction. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the comments and also questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Oral, and please stay with us for the next part of this session. And following these three excellent presentations, we'd like to move into our commenting section. And first, I'd like to invite Mr. Måns Jakobsson, former Director and CEO of the IPC Funds, also been head of the Department of International Civil Law and of the Swedish Ministry of Justice. He has a degree of Doctor of Law honoris causa in Southampton, and in 2010 was awarded the King of Sweden's Gold Medal for significant achievements in the field of marine environmental shipping. So you have a bit of experience on these issues. What are your initial comments and reactions?
Well, my experience of the London Convention is rather limited, but thinking about it, we know, as Mr. Dominguez pointed out, that the London Convention is not in competition with SOLAS and MARPOL. But SOLAS and MARPOL have attracted nearly worldwide ratifications, but not so for the London Convention. It's only, well, it's still quite a bit, but only 87 states. And the 1996 London Protocol, only 53, I think, 2/3. Why is that so? Is it because many countries, developing countries, fear that they do not have the resources to implement the compliance procedures that are set out, especially in the protocol? Now, if that is so, I think the only remedy is education. The remedy is sitting in this house here, training future leaders, and also, of course, through the IMO program of helping developing countries to develop expertise. And we shouldn't forget IMLI at Malta. So if that is so, it would be possible to get the knowledge out to the less developed states of the value of this convention. If I may then say something, maybe swearing in church, but the question is, we have this convention, but in the states that have ratified it and the protocol, is still illegal dumping going on. Do these states have the mechanism and the power, the capacity to supervise that dumping is not actually taking place? I have no reply to that, but I'm not brave enough to put this question.
Thank you, Mr. Jakobsson, for those initial reflections. I'm not sure if we should maybe turn the microphone to the chair of the London Convention Protocol Bodies for a quick reaction before I move on to the next commentator. Would that be okay?
As you said, there's much progress that needs to be done worldwide to increase ratifications and accessions to the protocol. I think some significant important steps have been taken for technical cooperation and capacity to building, but I think that's something where all governments working with the Secretariat could do more. On the status, I can maybe informally speak of some governments. There's still hope that more of us will be able to move over to the London Protocol over time. But I think the importance of right now having approximately 100 countries party to both treaties, one or the other, I should say, or both, is a good place to start, but I think we could do more.
I see an eager director of the Marine Environment Division wants to comment as well. Yeah.
Not directly, but indirectly. Implementation of IO instruments has always been an Achilles heel in the organization. We recognize that not all member states have the same capacity to actually do so. What we're focusing more is how we can actually share the knowledge and experience. There's a lot more technological development that actually are supporting all administrations to monitor better the compliance of the instruments, including when the ships are at high seas. And this is where we are now merging more into the automation agenda of the IMO, that is both SOLAS and MARPOL. Now, for the London Convention and the London Protocol, probably we can enhance further the promotion of them. They're not in competition, but probably MARPOL has taken a little bit of the limelight in the protection of the environment. And somehow we need to remind member states in general that there's also another instrument, which is the London Protocol, that complements that. And it's an additional task that, at least in the division, we actually have. And hopefully now that COVID is allowing us to have more events of this kind around the world, we actually can promote them further. But implementation, it's something constantly on the agenda of the organization.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez. Part of what you raised was also about capacity building, and I think it would then be very relevant to hand over to the next commentator, which is Professor Zhen Sun, Associate Professor of the Global Ocean Institute here at WMU. And prior to this, you were actually at the Center of International Law in Singapore as well. And you have a very wide experience from policy issues and research on these matters. So maybe you can provide a few comments as well from that perspective.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'd first like to congratulate all the speakers for their informative presentations. I learned a lot about the state practice, as well as the overarching framework of how the international environmental law has developed over the past 50 years. On the London Convention, I think I'm not experienced in state practice. What I wanted to draw it back probably as an incentive to encourage states to ratify London Convention and London Protocol is that there is a connection between the London Convention, the London Protocol, and the UNCLOS. So UNCLOS is known as umbrella convention that relies all the, not all, but most of the rights and duties are actually articulated, need to be supplemented, implemented through other international agreements and treaties. So it has a provision on dumping regulation in the convention. What it asks its member states to do as member state to UNCLOS is that they should adopt national laws that are no less effective than the control of dumping through global rules and standards. So you may ask, what are those global rules and standards? I think we can make a strong argument that London Convention has achieved that status of global rules and standards in regulating dumping. This UNCLOS was drafted when the London Convention has already entered into force. So it can be assumed that negotiators had the London Convention in mind when they drafted regulations on the dumping regulations. So what it means for the members that are party to UNCLOS but not party to London Convention is that it is inevitable through the rule of reference that member state to UNCLOS are obliged to adopt national laws that are as effective as the London Convention. So I think from that perspective, I would strongly encourage, or if our students are, you have your work mandate, came across the marine environment, or on the ocean governance to really think about the overall state obligation under UNCLOS and how it is linked to the regulation of dumping at sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sen. I wonder if I can throw a two-part question to all of you, and maybe also to Professor Oral online. It seems like regulation takes a long time. We've done a lot of things over the 50 years, but we also hear about some treaties taking a lot of time to negotiate, and some are still being negotiated, as we are aware. Why does it take so long time? And the second question is, what is left to regulate? An easy question, right? Anyone who feel, I think you can.
Of course, a very encouraging feature is that many more states participate in the negotiations today than they did 50 years ago. Developing countries did not play that role in 72 as they should have done because they didn't have the expertise. Now they have, and they do participate. But at the same time, by more states participating in negotiations, it doesn't make it easier to reach agreements. And that may also be one feature that has an importance to slow down negotiations. But on the other hand, it's too dangerous to rush it because you have to get good rules and not only rules.
Maybe I'll pick up what's left to regulate. I don't think I want to go too far down that route, but I do think that some of the important things that the London Convention and London Protocol have been doing is keeping emerging issues on the radar. I think the ocean fertilization developments have been an important example of that. When these ideas came forward, the parties looked into them and began investigating the science and legal constructs of regulation. And I think that process has continued as new marine geoengineering technologies and techniques are coming forward. Parties are taking interest in trying to learn more to better understand how these technologies may operate and what sorts of research activities may be proposed in the future into the ocean.
Thank you, Betsy, and thank you for that. So if we look back at these 50 years, and you could, we heard that there are still things we need to do and still things that could be done better. But what are the key successes in your view that came out of the 1972 Stockholm Declaration and the London Convention? What are the top thing we have achieved over these 50 years?
I would perhaps like to turn to another aspect of the heading, the Stockholm Declaration. Now, I happened to be there when the declaration was adopted. It just shows how old I am. I played a very insignificant role, but I was there. We could not foresee the impact of that conference on the whole policy of environment. But I think there is one aspect which, with my background, not surprising, I raise, and that's Principle 22, about the obligation of states to develop compensation and liability regimes. And the same statement is made in the Rio de Janeiro conference principles and in the Law of the Sea Convention. Why is that important for protecting the ocean, which is, of course, the theme of this conference? Well, because many countries, if you don't have efficient regimes for compensation, the cost of clean up the mess when something has happened falls on the taxpayers. And that shouldn't be right, because the whole idea is that it is the polluter that pays. It is the industry that causes the mess that should pay. And there, particularly through IMO, the regimes have been developed for ship source pollution. They are especially important for developing countries, because very often if you have a major marine pollution disaster, they don't have the expertise nor the equipment to fight it. And they have to bring it in at great costs, whereas under these regimes, they can get the cost covered. So I think that one shouldn't forget, for the protection of the ocean point of view, the importance of liability and compensation. And of course, also those poor people like fishermen and small businesses in tourist industry that suffer without any fault of their own of a major pollution disaster. They will then be able, even in developing countries, where the social security system probably is very weak, they will then be able to get some compensation for their loss. And I think one shouldn't forget that aspect. Unfortunately, nothing has been done in that regard as regards offshore activities. There was a proposal in the IMO legal committee some years ago, and the committee said it's not the IMO, it's not related to shipping, which I think is a pity, but that's what we have to accept as a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. I think from my observation, I would like to say the London Convention, London Protocol are strongly supported by science. So it's scientific evidence-based procedure. So I find that quite important in drafting the legal terms. For the Stockholm Declaration, I think Nilofer articulated very well. For me, I can say the success can be evaluated on both international and national levels. On the international level, it is the first time, and it put environment in the central focus of the UN's work, established by the UNEP, and following that, the Regional Seas Program that was established was one of the most successful programs running to protect regional seas. And on the national level, I think in the 1970s, probably as the US as well, it was a beginning for states to, I think it was states catching the momentum to establish national institutions and drafting national laws. So I think from those two perspectives are most successful stories. Thank you.
I would just add, looking back at the records of what I've seen just within one administration, seeing how much ocean dumping practices have improved and changed over time, things that we would now never even entertain as a possible ocean dumping activity are banned. And I think that the progress in seeing that what we can't put into the ocean is now very limited. And in all cases, we look to make sure there aren't better opportunities for recycling, reuse, or just better waste management.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if I can invite Professor Wall, if you would care to comment on this one as well?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's Stockholm Declaration, when we look back 50 years, it was really very forward thinking in many ways. I think that some of its principles, for example, Principle 1 really relates to human rights that took a long time to link human rights and the environment directly. And we know now that that's been finally recognized. But I stated in my presentation, I think one of the important contributions was the institutionalization through the establishment as a program. We know the United Nations Environmental Program. And UNEP has played a very important role in developing international environmental instruments. And I'm not speaking just on the ocean in general. And so I think that and really galvanizing the environmental, shall we say, awareness and at national level and international level. But the UN Regional Seas Program, I think, is also a very significant one, because again, it's that it links the global to the national. And we know that in the regional seas, some are hot spots where you really need to have that regional coordination and cooperation. But I just want to say one thing though. Having said this, you asked one question: what is left to regulate? Climate change is a big issue. And I think that this is an area where we really don't have adequate regulation, frankly, for the ocean. And what's really left to regulate is implementation. And this has been touched upon. So we have so many instruments now, but it really is fully implementing the instruments we do have. So more to do.
Thank you so much for those words. I'd like to open up to the audience if you have any questions. You did get a warning in the beginning that there would be questions now, so hopefully anyone. I can see one over there. A microphone will come your way, sir. If you could please introduce yourself too, would be great.
Thank you very much. My name is Fouad Bata. I'm a lawyer and I have been a delegate and negotiator on the BB&J. So I'm very grateful for the presentations and the commentators, specifically the comments of Professor Oral with regards to climate change in the ocean and the question marks that she puts at the back of BB&J, UNFCCC, UNCLOS, et cetera, because I think that's a very big question. And I think we tend to look at things in very much bubbles, silos. We don't think about the interlinkage of ecosystems. Very few of my fellow delegates and negotiators actually really understand what's happening in CBD, what's happening in CITES, what's happening in UNFCCC, and the linkages in between those are really not happening. So when I hear that this will be the first instrument where climate change within the context of the ocean is mentioned, is for me a very, very marginal step forward. And we, as the Madam President of WMU said, we actually have to accelerate our work given the climate situation. But actually, I'd really like to come back to Mr. Jacobson's remarks about liability. And I would ask you, how do you feel that at this point in time, the BB&J agreement has no provision for liability within it? Is that concerning to you? Because it seems that from my perspective, that is not present there. It goes to your comment about it's important to have good rules, not just rules. So I stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, my main concern is not so much about shipping, because their IMO has been quite successful. The HNS Convention hopefully will come into force. But as regards offshore activities, there is nothing. And we saw that, of course, we saw Deepwater Horizon, but that was mainly a US incident. But we saw that in the Montara incident off the western coast of Australia, where Indonesia complained bitterly about the situation. So I think there, even the largest super tankers have a limited number of tons on board. But a Deepwater Horizon explosion, there is nearly no limit. So I think that from the environmental point of view, to clean up that mess for developing country will be very difficult without financial resources to do it. We see now off the coast of Yemen, an old ship, sort of ship, nearly breaking up. And the question is, who is going to pay for that? Because Yemen certainly, as we know, does not have any resource at all for that. So I think that, but it is very complicated, and that's probably why people are shying away. The CMI, the Comité Maritime International, has started looking into that, but I'm not very optimistic about the result there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Anything online? Can I see it over here? Okay, that's.
We have one question here.
We have, okay, let's do that first. Perfect, thank you.
My name is Onoja Anthony. I'm from Nigeria. If a developing country don't have resources to manage its waste in the sea, what role is IMO playing to encourage them so that the waste will be recycled?
That was probably aimed at me, but I realized I was looking at the questions from the online things. So I will hand this over to my capable colleague, Dr. Andy Birchenough, who will reply.
Thank you. Yes, and thanks for the question. And I think it came up before actually about the capacity issue and developing countries not having the same resources as they do in other countries, which is sometimes quite an obvious thing to state. But I think the parties to the convention and the protocol have actively addressed this, and we've actually developed, I think Betsy may have mentioned this in a presentation, a series of guidelines called the low-tech, low-cost guidelines about how to implement the treaties, specifically the London Protocol. And those really, we see it might be a barrier. The fact, I think that was mentioned as well, a barrier in terms of them not having the resources, and countries think that they need to apply all of the criteria that are set down in the treaties. Whereas we very much think that there's a need to ratify, and then if they haven't got the resources, they can put whatever resources they have, and then over time develop those. So we really think it shouldn't be a barrier. Technology shouldn't be a barrier, capacity shouldn't be a barrier, and we do support as much as we can in terms of the IMO Technical Cooperation Programme. We have a trust fund in the LCLP, which also supports implementation. So really, resources are there, and we do provide as much as we can in terms of guidance on how to do it. So get ratifying.
Couldn't have said it a bit myself. We are about to go to coffee, but I would like to pick one question from online as well, so we make use of this forum. I have a question here that kind of links into this. One is from a student in the class of 2018 of WMU. Thank you for organizing this wonderful conference. My question to the panel is, what role regional sea programs have to play in terms of implementing the London Convention? I think we can extrapolate it to other conventions as well for the panel, if they would like to comment. The protocol expressly mentions the precautionary approach as a mean of implementing protocols in Article 3. Can we consider applying a precautionary approach at regional level, not only national level? If so, what specific measures can be taken to apply such an approach? So applying and extending to the regional level. Do we have the professor to, sorry, his point, yeah. Professor Ronán, did you want to reply to that question?
Yeah, yes. Yes, I saw that question, and I would, because I have to refresh a bit of my recollection. I have written on the regional seas programs and looked at really comparing the governance structure. So one of the issues, it's a really good question, because this is one of the, how should I say, the weaknesses I see. Amazingly, 18 regional seas programs, I mean, it depends how you classify it. It could be 13. But in reality, only a fraction of those have a protocol on dumping. Not all of them do. Most don't, frankly. So ideally, the regional seas program should be, I mean, that is one of the objectives. But I think it has to do much more complicated in dealing with, regional politics, getting states on boards. I won't go into that detail. But the regional seas program should be promoting that, at least at the regional level, through a regional seas protocol. So it could be that they're not a party to the convention, you see, but there could be a separate protocol adopted at the region. And for example, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, of course, is the first of these. But regrettably, it's not an even landscape at all. And in terms of the precautionary approach, yeah, sure, you can. And again, this is what the Regional Seas program should be able to bring into, but I think it's more complicated because you're dealing with states and issues particular to the region or to the states. But I'd like to hear what the other panelists have to say and the commentators have to say on this.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. I would like to say that for the international rules and standards, they are actually the minimum standard for state to do. You are at will to negotiate more stringent rules. I think we can see this in the Baltic Sea as probably the most prominent example. So I think what I want to comment on is the framework is there, like Nilufer said, it's just up to the states to negotiate what they want, what actions they want to do. For the precautionary approach, I think it really is up to what the regional seas see the problem and the regional feature. Maybe one pollutant would be considered more damaging to a closed sea area than the open sea. So I would say up to the member states, and they have the mechanism to rely on. Just utilize those framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Secretariat of the Convention Protocol can mention as well that even though not all regional conventions have the protocol, as you say, the dumping protocols, most of them do have an article reflecting that the states should prohibit dumping at sea is one of their main articles, but not all of them have the protocol. Okay, do we have one final questions from the floor? Up there. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Veronique from the Seychelles. My question is, with regards to compensation, is there any condition that goes with the compensation being given that part of the compensation is used like to restore the affected area, or the party who has done, who is guilty of the offense, part of the compensation, apart from monetary compensation to the affected party, they are asked to like restore the area affected?
Thank you. And I think this goes to Mr. Jakobsen.
Well, it's a very far-reaching question, actually. I think one here has to distinguish between two situations. One is, of course, the liability of states under public international law, which is very far-reaching, but very difficult to enforce. And the other is the one of civil liability, which is more limited to tangible economic losses and not so much the more environmental losses, at least not so far. So there remains a lot to develop, perhaps in the civil law side. On the public law side, I think the situation is pretty clear under the practice of the International Court of Justice and the Hamburg Court. But in civil law, there is a lot of discussion going on whether one should be more generous with compensation there. I don't want to express an opinion on that.
Thank you so much. And that has to be our final remark of this panel. I was asked to bring together 2 or 3 key messages after the session, but it's difficult. But I think, if anything, the session has showed not just the evolution and how things evolve over time and strengthened regulation over time, but also the interlinkages between the global and the national, which I find very interesting, and that kind of builds the landscape of ocean governance as we know it today. So I will end at that, and I will thank the speakers and the commentators, both in the room and online, with a big applause, please.
Welcome to the session on the second panel, which is our science and technology. I'll briefly introduce myself. My name is Andrew Birchenough. I'm the technical officer at the London Convention and Protocol Secretariat. So I'm based in the IMO, and my background is probably in a lot of the things we've been talking about. I got a PhD in marine biology. So I'm a marine biologist originally, but then I've sort of moved over a number of years over to the regulatory side, first working for the UK and representing the UK at the London Convention and Protocol, and then latterly, just over the last 5 years, I've actually been at the IMO itself. So enough about me. I will got a really good session for you now. It's 2 speakers we have. One of them will be live here, and one will be on video, and then I will invite the commentators down after the speakers have you've heard from the speakers, if that's all right, because I'm aware they can't see the screen if they're sat in front there. So our first speaker is Commander Enrique Vargas, and he is from Chile, and he is a head of the IMO audit division at the Chilean Maritime Authority, Director Mar. And he, between 2012 and 2001, served as the head of Marine Environmental Protection and Marine Pollution Service at Directormar. And in those positions, he was responsible for implementing the environmental policy and international regulations in the roles of that maritime authority. So excellent person to be with us today. Enrique also has represented for quite a number of years Chile at the London Convention, and he was the head of the delegation. And 2015, he was elected the vice chair of the London Convention and Protocol Scientific Groups. And actually from 2020, he has chaired that group. So I'm going to invite him down to the stage now. And if we put his presentation on, we look forward to hearing from you, Commander.
Thank you, Andy, for your kind presentation and introduce myself to the audience. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizer and the sponsor of this important international academic conference celebrating the 50 years of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration, protecting the ocean. In particular, I thank to the Madam President of the World Maritime University, Dr. Cleopatra Doumbia-Henry, and to the International Maritime Organization, represented by the Director of the Marine Environment Division, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, for inviting me to participate as a speaker. Secondly, it's a real honor and pleasure to come back to Malmo and reunite with the World Maritime University, its students and the faculty in this wonderful new building. After 16 years since my graduation in 2006. At that time, I had hair on my head. Actually, I have a complaint with the president. I bring my old batches, 16 years old batches, and it didn't work. Anyway. So, moving to the topic of this panel, science and technology. This morning, we are going to talk about the role of the scientific groups of the London Convention and London Protocol, and the link with the science and technology in the contribution of the development of the global regulatory framework. We might not have much time, but I'm sure that with the help of the commentators and the next speaker and the audience, of course, we will get a generated debate that this panel deserves. So, thank you. So that is the outline of my presentation. Okay. Okay. In today's world, the role of science and technology is crucial. We need science and technology in every sphere of our life to treat diseases or even book a cab or flight tickets. Even for this conference, through hybrid modality, without science and technology, we could not have the opportunity to share and get in real time experience to or from those are not attending face-to-face this morning session. One of the most important aspects of science and technology is that help to address the difficult problems. Scientists use their knowledge to develop technology and then use technology to help and to develop science. So because of this reason, science and technology are an integrated term in today's world. In relation with the marine environmental protection, science and technology provide a number of benefits to increase awareness and allows best understanding on emerging issues such as climate change and look for solutions to develop environmental sound practices such as energy efficiency technology for ships. More related with the LCLP matters, contracting parties have taken a number of groundbreaking steps to mitigate the impacts of increasing concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and to ensure that new technology with the potential to cause harm to the marine environment are effectively controlled and regulated. As an example, in 2006, London Protocol contracting parties adopted amendments to the Annex 1 to regulate carbon capture and sequestration in subsea geological formation, CCS. Afterwards, to facilitate assessment and the permit procedures, specific guidelines were adopted. So as we have discussed this morning, the London Convention and Protocol is an instrument with a highly technical component, which require building capacities in science and technology for its implementation and also the compliance. These generate important gaps when we seek for effective implementation. The prescription of these instruments indicates several elements linked to the science and technology, as you can see on the screen. The obligation of the parties to prevent and preserve the marine environment in accordance with their technical, scientific, and economic capabilities. Parties shall collaborate with IMO and other component international bodies to provide technical cooperation and assistance to those parties requested for training of scientific and technical personnel for research, monitoring, and enforcement, including the supply of necessary equipment and facilities with a view to strengthening national capabilities. Parties also shall take appropriate measures to promote and facilitate scientific and technical research. Such research should include observation, measurement, evaluation, and analysis of pollution by scientific method. There are clear obligations for the meetings to keep under continuing review the implementation of the convention and the protocol, including collaboration with the specific bodies to provide advice to the organization or parties on any scientific or technical aspects. Here, the work of HISAM and the Science Day that we will discuss later on plays an important role. Finally, amendments to the annexes other than the Annex 3 will be based on scientific or technical consideration and may take into account legal, social, and economic factors as appropriate. We have a recent example that this has been mentioned by the previous speakers on the amendment of the Annex 1 to remove from the reverse list seawatch sludge as a technical information provided that parties are not dumping this weight any longer. The general obligation of the London Protocol, Article 4, is that the contracting parties shall prohibit the dumping of any waste or other matter with exception of those listed in the Annex 1, the so-called reverse list, and that hopefully in 100 days, we will have only 7 kind of waste. Annex 2 outlines a stepwise procedure to assess waste that may be considered for ocean disposal. It is a practical procedure for managing waste in compliance with the LCLP. The waste assessment guidance is part of a regulatory procedure in which information is generated, consultation are organized, and options are developed and lead to a choice for managing a particular waste. Although all countries have good intention, due to a number of reasons linked with lack of capacity, technical knowledge, and standard technology and limited resources, compliance with the waste assessment guidance is a real challenge. Developing action lists for contaminants, sampling, and analysis are a real practical concern. Monitoring and impact assessment a real challenge to hear from countries. Much better over the year to learn from delegation what and how they are doing in the way of assessing impacts. Here, technical cooperation and assistance play an important role to guide developing countries. But what the scientific groups do? So, according to my research, I try to get information. Hopefully from the old one, I can be success. But as far as I understand, the scientific groups for the London Convention started by 80s as a consultative body to advise the contracting parties on specific technical issues related to the convention. Later on, they were designated as a subsidiary body, and after London Protocol came into force, contracting parties adopted the term of reference for both bodies. The scientific groups meet annually and carry out an intersectional agenda adopted by contracting parties. Due to the pandemic, the last 3 meetings we have been conducted remotely. So here in this room, we are glad to have 2 former chairs of the scientific groups for the LCLP, Mr. Craig Buck from the US and Dr. Chris Vivian from the United Kingdom. So please, an applause for them. They have been responsible for the direction of the scientific group for at least 8 years, and considering me, we have 12 years in total. So what are the main tasks of the scientific group? Here is, you can see in the screen, the main aspect that scientific group has responsibility in related with the science and technology. So I will not go through them, just to mention some of them. Important to keep under continual review the provision of the annexes of the London Protection, and provide an example afterwards. To identify information sources and to review relevant information arising from new scientific and technology development, to identify opportunity for the scientific groups to cooperate on marine environmental protection issues with other international initiatives, as we have with the ISA, for example, and to draw attention of contracting parties to areas of potential cooperation. Here, some example can be the work carried out in relation with the fiberglass vessels, artificial reef, beneficial use of dredging material, marine plastic litters, marine geoengineering techniques, among others. Finally, to assist and recommend to the meetings to carry out technical cooperation that we will talk later on, scientific group essentially drives the LCLP, not concerned with compliance or policy, although policy is not ignored, sometimes seems like political science. Science and technology issues are in the scientific groups, and it is believed that it's a good mechanism to address the issues to put forward to the policy meeting for the parties. So technical cooperation assistance program promotes, the aim is to promote the membership of the London Protocol, also strengthen national marine pollution prevention and management capability to achieve compliance with the protocol. It also includes cooperation with other organizations and agencies to ensure a coordinated approach to technical cooperation and assistance. The scientific group's program for technical cooperation and assistance is good and growing. However, an analysis of what is working, what is not, and what should be done. There are limited resources. According to my experience, science and technology issues is driven by the regulars, the developed countries with science and technology capabilities. The challenge then is to help to provide practical technical assistance and bring others up to speed in capabilities. Technical workshop excellent around the world. Don't do it just once, changing staff and institutional memories, move on. Take science and technology experts to the national and local governments. Barriers to compliance group, the B2C, look for needs to be addressed through the B2C implementation plan include, among others, technical barriers. Recent national regional workshop and webinars on online meetings, including those scientific groups held back-to-back with regional workshops. And finally, the LCLP website is available source of information that you can see and look for information there. Now, if we talk about the Science Day, the party to the London Convention and Protocol hold a Science Day as part of their scientific group meetings each year in an effort to broaden their shared scientific understanding of a topic in a more informal setting. For this event, contracting parties are invited to share experience, research activities, and assessment being undertaken within the specific topic appointed. During the last year, selected topics have been related with the both challenging and emerging issues that may be linked with the LCLP matters. As a regular basis, a format is adopted where presentation and a summary of the proceeding are shared publicly after the session at LCLP website, and a speaker may be invited that are not otherwise participating in the meeting. However, since pandemic limited face-to-face meeting, virtual events have been put in place with excellent results, enhancing participation of external experts that may not be attending the World Meeting, and also disseminate to a wider audience the work made by the scientific groups. That's the good things of the science and technology. On my view, that is an excellent opportunity for sharing its knowledge, experience, and practices from the different areas of the technical expertise around the world, in particular with the hybrid modality. And of course, this helped to the scientific groups to expand knowledge for advising the meeting in specific emerging issues. So if we talk about HISAM, HISAM is a group of independent scientific experts that provides advice to the UN system on a specific aspect of the marine environment. HISAM currently has several working groups and corresponding groups addressing a wide range of topics related with the protection of marine environment. And within relation with the LCLP, the one that you see on the screen, they are the more related what the work is carried out in the LCLP meetings. A number of guidance documents, reports, booklets, and brochures have been produced in relation with the London Convention and London Protocol. The purpose of these resources is to assist parties and prospective parties with the implementation of treaties at the national level, for example. So as you can see here, there are a lot of publication to contribute and to help developing countries to carry out and implement, for example, action lists or action levels. There are step-by-step guidance on simple approach to creating a using action list, low cost, low technology. We also have a guidance document adopted by consulted meetings in relation with the waste assessment guidelines for the 8 kind of waste that can be assessment for dumping. So this information is available on the website. Finally, I would like to talk about the national perspective. Chilean is immensely a maritime country with a great dependence on the sea from commercial exchange, obtaining the necessary resources for our subsistence and economic development. With one of the largest economic inclusive zones in the world, it develops more than 96% of the foreign trade by shipping, with multiple routes from north to south. And according to the Tamar Bulletin in 2020, foreign trade through Chile port reached 115 million tons. Our country has 161 port facilities for larger ships, considering ports, maritime terminal, docks, berthing front, shipyards, platform. During the year 2020, almost 8,076 8 ships calling to the country port, with 21 of domestic shipping and 79 from international shipping. Mining, fishing, and aquaculture are considered one of the main economic activity in the country. So we also have a national regulatory framework in relation with the London Convention, London Protocol. Chile ratified the London Convention in 1977 and the London Protocol in 2012. So complaints for the LCLP prescription, we have a maritime authority, Directemar, the one what I belong, which is responsible for implementing the LCLP. We attend the scientific group meetings since our ratification in 2012. We also have a national task force for establishing for collaboration on LCLP matters. And also our main activity related with the dumping is related with the dredging. As you see, we have a lot of ports and we need to maintain and expand them. The Directemar reports to IMO. And so there are some national experience. We have been benefit from national and regional workshops. We had the chance to, sorry, okay, just 1 minute. I think it will work. We host the scientific group meeting in 2018. We are on the developing action list for dredging material. As I mentioned, that we already have new guidance, step-by-step guidance. We use that. We have a very strategic collaboration with the Marine Research Institution. I think it's a key issue. And also we have a multi-agency agreement on the issue of the sewage that we approve and we support in the plenary. So at the end, we also have a link relation with the National Oceanographic Committee, which is important for us because since we don't have scientific base, it would be difficult to make decision. That is important one, the scientific and technology. At the end, I have a final thought that I can leave it for the discussion. So I would like to thanks for the opportunity to present here. It was a real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Yes, I'll invite you back down after we've heard from our last speaker. In fact, we're celebrating another anniversary, 10 years since Chile ratified the London Protocol. And okay, so our next speaker will be coming to you on the screen, and that is Tracy Schimelt. She is the co-director of the Lyle Centre, and she was previously the Associate Director of Research Institute for the Scottish Marine Association for Marine Science, SAMS. Tracy is a marine geochemist. She's got over 30 years experience in environmental geochemistry, and she has a special interest in how science and innovation can come together to realize societal benefits and economic growth. And over the years, Dr. Schimelt, I should say, she is a doctor, has become a world-renowned expert in environmental impacts of deep sea mine tailing placements. And so she is going to speak to us today on mining and the marine environment. And I can ask Elle now to play her video. Over to you.
Good morning, I'm Tracy Schimelt, and I have recorded the next lecture. I would just like to say hello to the World Maritime University and delegates of the Protecting the Ocean London Convention and Stockholm Declaration at 50 event. I'm really sorry I cannot be with you in person at what I know will be a very informative and enjoyable event. This is a recording of my presentation, but I will be happy to answer any questions. Please just email me at the address on the title slide. I hope you have a wonderful conference. I'm sure you will do. And I'm sorry that I'm missing making new friends and meeting up with old friends. So this is the presentation. Thank you. So today I'm going to be talking about mining and the marine environment. This slide here shows the complexity of the marine environment and the deep ocean. For the deep sea, most important was the expedition on HMS Lightning in 1868, when Wyville, Thompson and Carpenter proved that there was life in the deep sea below 600 meters. Until then, essentially, it was believed that no life existed below this depth, so no life before 600 meters. So this trip in 1868 proved that there was life before 600 meters. So what's the challenge? Future development depends on technology, which needs metals, renewable energy, robotics, all the technology that we use. We need metals to essentially to make this technology and make it work for everyone in the world. And metals are required to promote and increase decarbonisation of energy. Metal production is carbon intensive. As a consequence, growth in material demand has a strong correlation with human-induced environmental change. Material demand is pushing us towards the environmental limits of our planet. A more sustainable future will include more from less, reuse, remanufacture and recycling, as well as low carbon extraction and processing of metals from terrestrial ore bodies. Also, we could include this should include well-regulated low carbon extraction from high-grade ore bodies in the deep ocean. So just giving you an example, if we look at minerals and metals for the green or blue economy, if we consider both offshore wind and also electric vehicles. So for offshore wind, one wind turbine needs 500 kilograms of nickel, 1,000 kilograms of copper, and 12 times more copper. It needs 12 times more copper to create 1 kilowatt than conventional power generation. Obviously, it's cleaner, but we need to have these metals. We need much more metals to be able to decarbonise our renewable energy. And if we consider an electric vehicle, again, something that's very important in the decarbonisation and obviously mitigating climate change, an electric vehicle contains over twice the copper content of the average car. It contains 2 kilometres of copper wiring, and also we need to consider nickel and copper essentials for batteries, and obviously lithium for batteries as well. So you can see here that we're suddenly looking at certain metals, and we'll need a lot more of them, both critical metals in the technology, think of lithium for the batteries, but also more of conventional metals that we also need to build either the offshore wind or the cars. So we need to keep that in mind. And whereas we might say that these decarbonisation of vehicle transport and energy is good for the planet, we must realise that it is having an impact on the planet somewhere in the world. So first of all, I just wanted to give you an idea of environmental impact of mining. This is just one of the examples, and if we take it, this is a Panguna mine located in Bougainville Island, and it was a copper mine. And essentially this is taken from Google Maps, and what you can see there in the top corner, slightly orange, is essentially the mine itself. And then if we look at the down from the mine, we can see this is the tailings that have been deposited there. And what we can see is that this is going into the river and essentially being taken down to Empress Augusta Bay. And essentially it's uncontrolled discharge of processed tailings and open pit drainage and waste rock seepage into the marine environment. And if we just look at this is Panguna mine, and essentially past and present. Well, the waste rock dumps that cover approximately 300 hectares and contain 1 billion tonnes of overburden, containing 800,000 tonnes of copper. The Java River system and the Java River Delta contains approximately 630 million tonnes of copper tailings, covering 3,100 hectares in the river system and 900 hectares in the Delta. And we also got the wharf and the port facilities where the copper concentrate was pumped via pipeline and then dried and loaded onto bulk carrier vessels. So you can see from land mining that there are ways that essentially waste products can end up in the marine environment. Another example is what happens in Papua New Guinea. In Papua New Guinea, they have mines where they're mining on land, but they actually discharge the waste through a pipe into the ocean. Now, the waste is discharged below what we call the euphotic zone, and then essentially creates a turbulent current that takes those tailings down to the deeper ocean, into the deep water. But I just wanted to look at 3 of these mines in Papua New Guinea. Lahir, which is a gold mine, Ramu is a nickel mine, and Misawa was a silver mine on Misawa Island. So what is deep sea mine tailing placement? This is the management of waste that is created on land from on-land mining. And essentially what they do is they take the tailings, they put it through what's called a deaeration and mixing tank. So they take the tailings after they've extracted the metals of interest, they mix it with seawater to get the density up, and then they discharge it down the pipe. And essentially here's the end of the pipe, the tailings come out and then essentially get carried by the current down to the essentially abyssal plain. But essentially you do get buoyant plumes of tailings liquid, and also what you end up with is some of the tailings shearing off, and the next slide shows this. So this is a schematic representation of the fate of the tailings and nearshore discharges, and here we see we have the and then we have fine and dissolved material spreads out in thin layers, as we can see here. And the heavy material settles out, making the plume less dense. Weak currents slowly carry the suspended material away north and south, or predominantly on the currents, obviously the direction of the currents, the main currents. And we'll find tidal currents carry material back and forth along the coast. So essentially you get this deposition. So when we're thinking about the impact of mine tailings from land on the ocean, what do we have to consider? Well, we need to assess the mine waste disposal on the marine benthopelagic communities. And what we mean by this is we need to look at the benthos, the benthic animals that might be living on the surface of the sediment or in the sediment, and also looking at any plant and animal material that's living in the water column above the sediment, and that can be at any depth within the sediment, the water column. And we must assess also the chemical toxicity of sediments from the deep ocean sampling. So essentially what we have to do when we're considering essentially managing waste this way is what are the impacts on that ocean ecosystem. And this is just give you an idea. These are images of the seabed at Lahir Gold Mine, and Station 1 was close to the discharge, and then Station 4 was away from the discharge, both at the same depth, around about, I think, 1,200 meters depth. And what you can see there is that essentially you have the tailings here. So we can see tailings, and you can see the difference between the natural sediment and the tailings, and the orange colour is because of the iron that's been precipitated. And then if we look at the Station 4, we can see we have a natural sediment at the surface, and you can see that we have benthos, we have living material at the surface, where here we have fine grains at the station nearest to the discharge, we have fine grain sediments, and we don't see that benthos. Again, if we look at one at Misawa, we've got Station 1, M1, and then we've got Station M5, both at the same depth. Now, when we sampled the sediment close to the discharge in Misawa, it had stopped discharging for 3 years, so it hadn't been working for 3 years. And you can see here, what you see here is essentially the movement of the tailings. And again, if we look at Station 5 away from the tailings, again, you can see you have a different sediment base, and again, we can see living material. So we are having an impact. The tailings have an impact on that ecosystem. Again, what we can do is we can look at the water column, and this slide here just shows you the fine material we've taken out the water column. And again, you can see this orange colour of the tailings. So we can see that essentially by discharging the waste, some of it shears off and can be spread more widely. Some of it goes down the turbidity current to the bottom of the sediment, but we can see it's having impacts on the sediment ecosystem and also has potential to have impacts on the water column as well. So that was looking at mining on land, but we also have to think about the new type of mining that's being developed at the moment, or is being thought of at the moment, which is deep sea mineral resources. Now, the thought here is that deep sea mineral resources, they are far more concentrated, or can be far more concentrated than those on land. And also the fact that essentially that you're impacting a smaller area to get the same amount of metal. But we have to look at these impacts, and we have to consider what we're mining, how long it's taken to actually form there, and the impact on that environment where we're extracting that mineral. So there's three main types of mineral resources in deep sea mining. There's seafloor massive sulfides, manganese nodules, and cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts. Essentially, the seafloor massive sulfides form on and below the seabed, and they tend to have high concentrations of copper, zinc, lead, silver, and gold. If we look at manganese nodules, they're essentially in sediment-covered deep abyssal plains, usually greater than 3,000 meters water depth. And they're 95% sediments with 5% exposed. And I think the key thing here is it takes for every 1 to 10 millimeters growth, it takes 1 million years to grow that. So if you think to get 10 millimeters growth of a nodule takes 1 million years, so you can imagine by extracting these, you're extracting something that's taken a very long time to form. And then finally we have cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts. These tend to be found anywhere. They're on seamounts and ridges and tend to be between 400 and 7,000 meters depth. And they tend to grow at 1 to 5 millimeters per million years, so take a long time again. So why the deep sea? Well, essentially what we're saying here is commodity price increases drive innovations in science and technology, and these innovations will unlock new mineral resources, and the deep ocean is one frontier that could contribute to future mineral supply. Critical metals are those which have high economic importance and are at risk of supply disruption, and deep sea mineral deposits have high concentrations of some critical metals, so we think of cobalt and tellurium here. Principal drivers, decarbonisation, obviously related to mitigation of climate change, resource efficiency, metals and green technology, security of land-based metal supply, low resource diversity. There's obviously geopolitical risks, resource nationalism, higher grades of metals, and resource poor but high use countries. So all of these are drivers in how we're going to obtain these necessary metal supplies. So the main distribution of mineral resources. So here you can see essentially the red is the seafloor massive sulfides. So that's where they are, and you can see the red dots. And then we have in the lilac color the polymetallic nodules, so you can see the distribution of those. And then in the blue we have the ferromanganese crusts. So we have seafloor massive sulfides occurring in water depths up to 5,000 meters, polymetallic nodules, highest concentrations found at 4,000 to 6,000, and ferromanganese crusts found in 400 to 400 meters. So you can see the distribution around the world. What I would say is that the distribution, we do not have accurate resource. We have a good idea where these resources are, but nobody's done an accurate resource assessment. So if we look at the deep sea resource potential, permissive areas, location, size of potential resource, and geochemical compositions, we've got a global permissive area for the seafloor sulfides of 3.2 million kilometers squared, manganese nodules of greater than 51 million kilometers squared, and the cobalt-rich crusts of 23 million square kilometers. And then if we look at the location, with the seafloor massive sulfides, 42% are in continental shelf or shelf extensions, and manganese nodules, 19% are in continental shelf or continental shelf extensions, and cobalt-rich crusts, 54% in continental shelf or continental shelf extensions. Obviously, we have to consider licensing of deep sea mineral resources, and this is essentially, there's two locations for mineral exploration. The area beyond the limits of national jurisdiction and coastal states, continental shelf. So there's these two different areas, and the International Seabed Authority issues exploration contracts for the three main resources and areas of the areas beyond the limits of national jurisdiction, commonly known as ABNJ. So you can see here an idea of the areas and the licenses that have already been issued. So what are the main science questions? Well, firstly, what are the environmental impacts of deep sea mining? Can we accurately assess the available resource? Is the carbon footprint lower for metal production of the seabed minerals in comparison to land-based? Can we develop low carbon extraction of metals from deep sea mineral resources that are financially and environmentally viable? And I think the environmentally viable as well as financially is really important. Can advances in technology allow us to minimise or mitigate environmental impacts of the deep sea? So this schematic, this diagram just shows you typically what would be happening in deep sea mining. Now this is essentially looking at seafloor massive sulfides, but obviously, you know, the nodules would need to be mined with a different type of extractors. But the potential impacts that we're considering on the surface where the vessel is, you know, light, noise, routine discharges, pipe failure. Obviously in the mid-water column, we have to think of pipe failure of the risers and the lifting system, input of material at mid-water if there was a dewatering, input of return water, and input of fine particulate material. At the seabed, we need to think of removal of ore, habitat disturbance or removal, suspended particulate material, light and noise. And I think it's safe to say, along with deep sea mine tailings placement and the action of mining the deep sea, the key thing here is this development of suspended particular material and the smothering of habitats and smothering of ecosystems that need to be considered. So predicting and mitigating environmental impacts in the marine environment, we've got to think of the impacts. We've mentioned smothering of biota, fine particular plumes travelling large distances, removal of habitat, loss of biodiversity, possible unique species, disturbance of mammals and fisheries. We need to utilise data from analogue impacts, so we could use some of the data that we've gathered in deep sea mine tailings placement to allow us to inform what might happen with deep sea mining. And obviously oil and gas. I mean, there's been a lot of oil and gas development in the past, and again, we can learn from that. Novel modelling tools. So obviously there's been a lot of scientific research developments, and modelling is going to be key to this. We also need to assess the cumulative impacts of more than one deep sea mining operation in a region. We need to be aware of the impacts that could be magnified due to environmental conditions. Think of currents, bathymetry, unique habitats, seismic activity, tsunamis, and who has responsibility for the impact? How do you regulate and monitor? And of course, the ISA are developing guidelines at the moment. So should we mine the deep sea? No definitive answer and many challenges to overcome. Current estimates indicate the deep sea bed hosts a large quantity of metals, sometimes exceeding the land-based mineral reserves, but accurate resource assessments are unavailable. Not a short-time solution to depleted land-based resources. Likely that the mining of some scale will happen in the next 10 years, but we're not sure to what scale. Science can assist in assessment of impacts and development of mitigation and management plans, and scientific uncertainties remain regarding environmental impact, including impact of plumes. So thank you for listening to me, and again, sorry I couldn't be here. I just want to highlight that obviously through GAZAM, I chair a working group, it's working group 42, which are looking at impacts of waste and other matter in the marine environment from mining operations, including marine and mineral mining. We have 2 reports that are in review at the moment and should be coming out by the end of the year. One on deep sea mine tailings placement and one on deep sea mining, looking at impacts. So thank you. Just want to highlight the UK was first to discover nodules in the Challenger expedition 1872 to 76. I hope you have a wonderful conference, and please do email me if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
you, Tracy. That was an excellent insight into mine tailings placement and also, of course, deep sea mining. And I'm sure we may have some questions on that when we come to the questions after. Now, I'm going to invite our panel members to form the panel down here. Now we've got two commentators to come down, as well as Commander Vargas. Enrique, if you want to come down and take a seat. While they're coming down, I'll introduce our commentators. Firstly, Craig Voltz, and Enrique mentioned he was a previous chair of our LP scientific groups, and Craig is from the United States, and he's actually was responsible for 18 years for the national regulatory programs controlling the disposal of waste in the marine environment. And he has attended, obviously, the London Protocol meetings for a large period. And he also represents now the World Dredging Association, sorry, the World Association of Dredging, is that right? World Organization of Dredging Associations. Sorry, I got that mixed up there. And they actually are observers at the London Protocol and Convention meetings. So I will first hand over to Craig to reflect on the things he's heard and provide us some comments. And then after that, I'll introduce our next panel member.
All right, thank you, Andy, and good afternoon. Good morning, good evening. It's a pleasure, very big pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to address this audience. It's a learning experience for me, and I hope all of you. To reflect on what we've just heard, I have two words: I agree. And to follow up on Commander Vargas's note that he has no hair, well, I used to have brown hair. So before I started with the London Convention, I started with the London Convention back in 1991. I led the USA delegation to the meetings of the scientific group. I did that through the mid-2000s when I was elected chair of the scientific group. And then I departed the government and I joined the world of consulting. So a very interesting thing to do. And in that capacity, I have continued to assist the Secretariat, and I helped prepare the low cost, low technology field monitoring guidance, the low cost, low technology compliance monitoring. I did a report on plastics in discharges or dumping actions under the jurisdiction of the London Convention. And prior to that, well, I know something about what Tracy Shimel just talked about. I did an assessment and inventory of marine discharges of mine tailings, international assessment. And so I'm pretty hyped up on that particular issue. And I've done some deep sea mining work and recognized that that is in infancy compared to what the London Convention and protocol has done with discharges, dumping into the oceans. I'll make 2 points today. One is commenting on what we have accomplished and what we have been doing under the London Convention and protocol. And then I think a little bit on the future of the London Convention and protocol. I've got to say, you've already heard it, you already know, but you got to hear it again. It's an incredible accomplishment that we have achieved in controlling what wastes are going into the ocean. It's just amazing. And back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we had uncontrolled dumping of wastes, toxic waste, industrial waste, sewage sludge, radioactive waste, munitions. Things were going, that's just the big, it's a waste receptacle. And starting with the Stockholm Declaration, here comes the London Convention, and we have been successful. And I gotta say, there hasn't been easy. People don't like change, especially companies that are making money. they don't want to lose that money because it's going to cost them something more. If you're going to stop dumping in the ocean, what are you going to do with it? There's been within the USA delegation, lots of arguments over the years about how to implement regulations and how not to implement regulations. And I'm happy to say, I think the EPA has done very well in implementing the regulations that are based upon what the London Convention has done. So Commander Vargas went through the slides on the waste assessment guidelines. And I just want to say that the science and technology in those guidelines is key. There's two, maybe it hasn't been mentioned here, but there's the meeting of the parties, which is the policy people, the legal people in the fall, annual meetings in the fall. And then there's the technical and scientific people that meet in the scientific group in the spring, annual meetings. And that is an ideal situation in terms of the science, there's a policy set, and then the science and technology, as the scientific group implements that policy through technical details. And the WAGs, the Waste Assessment Guidelines, is a good example of how the science and technology works. They have stood the test of time. The scientific group first met around 1978, 1980, and they started figuring out, hey, well, how are we going to regulate wastes? Well, let's get organized. And they came up with, and this is pre-me, new assessment procedure, kind of orchestrated, what is in the waste? Where are we going to put it? How toxic is it? What's the risk? What monitoring should we do? And each step of the way, that became, the new assessment procedure became the waste assessment guidelines. And there's physical aspects of what's in the waste, what's the chemistry of the waste, what's toxic, what isn't, how do you measure it, where are you going to put it, oceanographic conditions, what's the ecological resources at those sites that might be acceptable, that do not interfere with other uses of the sea. What's the risk? What's a trigger level? What's an action level? What's a standard? And that's something that the London Convention and Protocol has not put out international standards. That's up to the individual countries and members to develop. We have provided some guidance along the way. But then there's the monitoring. You saw photos of monitoring, and there's a lot of science and technical details and capacity and resources that has to go into what Commander Vargas mentioned to us. 1 minute? Okay. How about a minute and a half? All right, so that's science. Now, capacity building is another really, really important. I think the London Convention Protocol, their workshops that they do are outstanding, absolutely essential, and it's not just a one time and you're done. You've got to continue working with our constituents. The Science Day that Commander Vargas mentioned, that started because we thought we had too much political science. And let's put our pens down and just talk about what the technical issues are in the science. Where do we go in the future? I think we've seen a lot of where we are in being flexible to address emerging issues. Emerging issues. She says I've got 10 minutes. That's somebody else. All right, 10 minutes till the next. But emerging issues are really important, be it ocean fertilization, or even artificial reefs, mine tailings, and addressing all the climate issues that are coming that we don't know about. And that will be really tough. We need the London Convention to be flexible and not just focus on dumping of waste from vessels, but what are the other issues? Discharge, mine tailing discharges from into the sea from pipes, not just from vessels, but what can we do? So I encourage flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And Yeah, I don't like to cut you off, especially because you were extolling the virtues of the London Convention and Protocol, but we are limited on time. And I want to introduce our next commentator, is Roxanne Graham, who is based here at the university, and she is a PhD candidate with the Nippon Foundation and universities Closing the Circle program, Marine Debris, Sargassum, and Marine Spatial Planning. So she is also an instructor at St. George's University, Biology, Ecology and Conservation Department. And she has a master's degree from Dalhousie University in Canada. So it's my pleasure to introduce Roxanne to provide her thoughts and a couple of comments on the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. So with protocol already established, pleasant afternoon to everyone. I would first like to thank the conference organizers for their invitation to participate as a commentator. As someone from a small island, I think that my perspectives can add value to, the global agenda. So I first want to start with a presentation by Dr. Shamil on mining and the marine environment. I don't have much experience in deep sea mining, but I will talk a little bit about what's happening in the Caribbean from a specific case. But I do want to first start off with a reflection here, which surrounds the topic of oil and gas mining or drilling and the impacts on the marine environment and associated flora and fauna, as well as the scientific uncertainty, keyword that Dr. Shamil talked about, scientific uncertainty that remains, right? And some of these impacts I'd like to re-highlight is it can negatively impact or destroy habitats, loss of biodiversity also happening across the world, not only deep sea mining, but oil and gas. So a lot of the things that are happening with deep sea mining is happening in the oil and gas arena as well. So disturbances of marine avifauna, well, birds, mammals, and of course, livelihoods like fisheries. And lastly, a very important one, the fine particulate plumes, which can travel large distances and remain in the water column for long periods of time. That's the worrying one. So I wonder what Dr. Shamil, or maybe you guys might think on this given situation here. 2 islands in proximity, they're like only 103 miles, so that's about 166 km apart, where one's bread and butter is oil and gas, and the others is coastal tourism, pristine beaches, diving, lovely, right? And over the years, there have been several small grant programs and investments made into the preservation and even restoration of coastal features such as corals and mangroves, and that's for the country that is dependent on coastal tourism. So here's where it gets interesting. These 2 islands share a maritime space with potential hydrocarbon resources. And currently, the government of the island that depends on coastal tourism is very determined to pursue exploring the potential of oil and gas with their neighbor. Of course, this can be a lucrative opportunity, but as we just seen, there are great impacts associated. So what are your thoughts? Maybe something we can discuss after. Now on to the next presentation by Commander Enrique. Thank you for such a fascinating presentation. His presentation showed us the link between scientific groups under the London Convention and the protocol with science and technology, and offered us the Chilean perspective and regulatory framework, and specifically the compliance prescriptions. That was very interesting because compliance is a very big challenge in the developing world and small island developing states. So it is always insightful to see what's happening in the developed world, especially as most of the global goals should be more attainable for these countries, given their capacities to execute from technology to human resources and so forth. Now, I've been working on a research regarding the issues of marine debris and plastic pollution in the Windward Islands. And for those of you who do not know where the Windward Islands are, it's in the Eastern Caribbean, south part of the Eastern Caribbean. And the current listing includes Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Barbados, and Dominica. Yes, so one of the issues coming out from a survey I did with the island's governmental organizations and non-governmental organization is the issue of inadequate or inefficient solid waste management infrastructures. And regarding maritime debris, although it has been reported that most ports in the Caribbean have adequate port reception facilities, the current and projected increases in maritime traffic for these countries will indeed increase the burden on their already overwhelmed waste management infrastructure and landfills, and these are majorly open air landfills. Almost half of the participants from the survey believe that inefficiencies of reception facilities and the lack of compaction technology and activity can be considered major constraints to proper marine litter handling. And this lack of compaction tends to result in open air landfills and having these like mountains of trash that can easily get into the waterways and, well, the ocean. An important perspective coming out from the study also is that 95% of the participants identified that a national priority going forward should be establishing feasible recycling systems with, of course, remanufacturing or exportation opportunities. So can you imagine these countries already facing challenges with managing their own domestic waste and waste that comes from ships, the maritime industry, and yet they have to also deal with the transboundary trash that comes from the North Atlantic Ocean and littering and illegal dumping from cruise ships, cargo, fishing vessels, and pleasure crafts like yachts and so forth. Okay, so let me just wrap up very quickly. Most times developing countries, especially those of the global south, have their own set of unique circumstances. How many of you would believe if I were to tell you that there's a connection between dogs, wild dogs, stray dogs and marine debris for some of our islands, like Grenada, St. Lucia and Dominica, and that there's a connection between communities dealing with emerging issues of climate change. One of the presenters mentioned that sea level rise and its contributions to marine debris. So what can the London Convention and Protocol do about climate change? These are just some examples I'm presenting here, and I guess we can move forward to the discussion session right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. That was great. And we have not a huge amount of time for questions. I've got a few questions, but I think I'll actually throw it open to the floor first, seeing as we're a bit limited. There's a question, gentleman with his hand up over here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter from Nigeria. My question goes to the IMO. I want to know what are the guidelines to states from the IMO on the regulation of activities of the oil and gas industry? Because when we talk about dumping and the activities of deep sea mining, for instance, we have the crude oil drilling, and when the big IOCs drill offshore, there are lots that goes into drilling. For instance, the use of drilling fluids. These drilling fluids contains much chemicals, and we like to call them enhancement chemicals that aids drilling itself. So the recycling of these drilling fluids, and the ones that discharges inside the deep sea, what are the guidelines from the IMO to member states to actually regulate these things from the IOCs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I probably not directly aimed at the IMO, but it's something that the IMO maybe, and through the London Convention Protocol, has had some influence on. And I'm thinking in terms of the deep sea mining. So Commander.
Thank you. I just like to mention that in relation with the deep sea mining, there is a work on progress within the LCLP convention and protocol. We are awaiting, of course, the KISAM working group 42 that it was mentioned in the previous presentation. So when we get that, it is supposed that scientific groups and the LCLP will review the recommendation and then start a discussion about what we have to do, what we can contribute to in terms of a recommendation or something like that, because there is also a discussion about the scope of the London Convention, London Protocol in relation with the discharge pipes. So we will see what happened in that, but this is something that we had been revising and awaiting for this report.
Thank you, Commander. Indeed, it's something we don't regulate at the moment, but I'll pass over to Craig.
Right. I mean, we saw the presentation was discharge of mine tailings through pipes to the ocean environment. And we also, Tracy talked about deep sea seabed mining. Deep seabed mining is not happening yet. It's in infancy, it's being developed. The International Seabed Authority is responsible for that. Frederick and Andrew are cooperating with them. But as Commander Vargas said, one of the things that we're challenged with is the marine discharge of mine tailings. And we can provide guidance on that if we take it on. But we're waiting for the report from KeySAMP, from Tracy mentioned, on the environmental effects of those discharges.
Thank you, Craig. And very briefly over to Director Dominguez.
And that's the good thing of having the colleagues here, because I was reminded of the module code, of course, that organization has already adopted. Deep sea mining is not part of the remit of the IMO. There's another organization that is looking into it. But of course, any discharges, even coming from exploration and exploitation, it's actually covered on the MARPOL. So annexes 1 and 2 will be applicable as well in all the guidance that we have already developed. Thank you.
Brilliant. Just 20 seconds, just to add, and also under the London Convention Protocol, the removal of platforms that are no longer in use, that falls under the London Convention and Protocol, but not the operation of them.
Exactly. So we're not covering the operation. And I think we're nearly out of time. Maybe time for a very, very quick question. If there's no hands up, I may just ask a very quick one. We've heard certainly about the science, and it was nice to see Tracy putting some science up there. We saw modeling, we saw the samplers, but that science, as we've found and we've heard throughout this session, is critical to providing the decision makers with the knowledge they need to make those decisions. And through the London Convention and Protocol, we have the scientific group. But how do we move forward to providing those decision makers with even more information? Is there more we can do? And I'll send that to Craig first, I think.
All right, I mentioned that the technical workshops sponsored by the Secretariat are really important to get out of London, go to where people need the capacity, the understanding, the education. And, you know, it's not just flip a light and turn on capacity, chemical measurements, bioassays. It's a long road up, and various organizations will be on that road, getting better all the time. And I also mentioned that it needs to be, you need to keep calling them and communicating with those that you've educated and keeping them aligned, because there's a lot of turnover and you lose that institutional memory. So resources is just another question, but capacity building, you can do.
Thank you. That's probably a nice, I think we've come to the end of our session. We've run slightly over, but we're only eating into your lunchtime, so I don't think it's quite as critical. But I'd just like certainly to thank our speakers and our panelists, if you could give them a round of applause.
So we will have panel 3, which is impacts on international institutions and actors. And without further ado, I'll invite Ambassador Marie Jacobson to the floor.
Thank you very much, Elnas. Before I start, can I also please invite the other panelists to my panel to the floor? Please see if they're all here, otherwise we will not be able to start. I think there are actually. And we have, yeah, very good. And we also have one who will be joining us by link. Is he in? Yes, okay. So anyway, now I'll start. Thank you very, very much for the invitation to this conference. I'm so glad to be back in Malmö again, post-pandemic troubles and everything. I particularly would like to thank the president and also my friend and colleague, Professor Long, in particular, and all the others, all of the rest of you who work here at the at the WMU, which is very dear to my heart in many respects. So I have the honor of sharing the third panel today, and we have really, really excellent speakers. We have Professor Siokovu Lee, and we have Dr. David Santillo, who is joining us via link, and Professor Atsuko Kanehara. And we have also two very knowledgeable commentators, Professor Theodor Karidis and Dr. Pastra. So Professor Lee and Dr. Santillo will address the impact of the London Convention, and Professor Kanehara will address the impact on the Stockholm Declaration. So in a sense, this panel is a continuation of the first panel we had this morning that addressed the impact of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration on maritime law. And I just wanted to make a small note because Dr. Måns Jakobsson, we happen to have the same name, but we are not related, but I wish I was. I would have been very proud to be related to Dr. Måns Jakobsson. But you spoke about liability, and 20 years ago, the then director of the legal department at the IMO, Rosalie Balkin, addressed the issue of some future development in liability and compensation for environmental damage at sea in a conference that was held in Stockholm, which I found very interesting. And I read her presentation again now before I came here, and I think there are still some issues to be solved, as Dr. Jakobsson said in his comments at the previous panel. So we have very limited time at our disposal, and I have consulted my panelists, and they have assured me that it is okay for me not to read out their entire CVs, because that would have given them very little time to speak. So, but I'll start by introducing Professor Siokovu Lee, who is a professor of international law at the Inha University Law School in Korea. And he is a co-chair of the International Law Association, ILA, study group on Asian Pacific practice of domestic implementation of international law. And he is also the general editor of Encyclopedia of Public International Law in Asia. And he has published very widely, and he is with more than 100 English publication in English and more than 100 publication in Korean. So we're glad that you write in English, because I don't think that many of us are that knowledgeable in Korean. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Madam Chair. And it is personally really great to back to the Malmo again. And in a sense that let me start express my special thanks to the organizer of this event, invite me to be part of this program. And my special thanks also should go to Director Ronán. You know, while I working on this topic of the London Convention, the one thing I want to confess is that they may be not applied to me alone, but most of the people who are working on the ocean and policy, in particular based on the interpretation and application of the UNCLOS, a bit, feel distance from the IMO staffs. Although we understand the competent international organization appearing in the UNCLOS is as IMO, and the relevant rules and principles appearing the many parts of the UNCLOS is referred to the many IMO instruments. But since the person who working on the ocean and policy, in particular, based on the UNCLOS, a bit difficulty when he faced with the IMO staffs. And in a sense that it is very great. This World Maritime University has a wonderful staffs who working on the law of the sea matter and to make a shorten the distance from the two sides. In a competent international organization as IMO and also relevant rules and principles, they mentioned the various parts of the UNCLOS. They give us the many lawyers who working on this part when they have the case or when they have issues. We try to look into the other part of the IMO conventions. This is particularly so because I believe that we are on the same page in these issues. Is that in the current jurisprudence of the law of the sea in the international dispute settlement, highly emphasize the part 12 of the UNCLOS, which is as you know, that the protection preservation of the marine environment. Today, I was assigned to talk about the London Convention, and but think about what is best way to interpret, to share my understanding of this matter from that regional perspective. I know that we have some special session. Again, the next session, we're working on the regional approach. By my understanding of my presentation on the based on the state practice of the Asia, but I believe that they can apply to other parts of the world. The first conference I had in the IMO staff is in 2016 when I organized conference with the Center for International Law, the National University of Singapore. The time with the Law of the Sea Institute, UC Berkeley, and a couple of colleagues here participate. The biggest difference is the Law of the Sea group has at the time is that we usually dealing with the public sector, I mean the governments or the institutional the basis. But at the time, the structure of the conference is quite similar. Today we had Malmo here, and that's quite the different the players at the conference. The heavy participation from the industrial sections, and also the a group of the which the traditional, if I say it correctly, conventional format of the law of these lawyers cannot face it before. But again, based on the couple of the sections of the panels we have, we are getting understand each other, and the reach outcome is that as a competency international organization, IMO, and that stops the IMO, the conventions can be relevant rule and principles. That's why the many parts of the UNCLOS following or the adopt the praise here and there. And then recently, as myself, working on the practice of the Asia, and recently, the last 3 years, I working on the encyclopedia of the ocean and policy in Asia Pacific. The book actually will come out the next month. And I working with the 13 states, the 4 states from the Northeast Asia, and the 6 states from the South Asia, and 3 are the other parts United States and Australia and New Zealand. We gave quite the identical mode to each state, and with the subject is about 12. And among the 12, the one section is marine the environmental protection. This marine environmental protection is, I do not read that the whole due to the time constraint, is relevant to what we discussed today. However, if we have a chance to working with this kind of compilation of the editorial work, you can easily find what kinds of the direction or what kinds of national interests of the each state can have. For example, as I mentioned that I working with a certain state for this volume, and 8 are 10 are from the Asia, and still most of the manuscript, the subject provided by the each state is highly rely on the maritime claims, the jurisdiction, or the settlement. And which means that from my own perspective is that the state in Asia largely still the focus on the competition rather than cooperation. And the part of this marine environment protection is very few, and that the contribution of that the IMO staff is also not represents a lot. That is largely because only 4 states in Asia, as you know, the China, Japan, Korea, Philippines is a state party of the London Convention Protocol, and those states do not follow that the issues. This is why I believe that from the morning sessions we discuss how we enhance the awareness of the state or the stakeholders to the importance of this London Convention and also the London Protocols. And so based on the report I have, I briefly touch upon that what they wrote and what I can expect the outcome of the future, the recommendation. China has a very clear the administration, the so-called the SOA, and that they have their own national domestic registration, the Marine Environmental Protection Law, and the specific regulation they have. And Japan is also the specific ministry to handle of the dumping matters, and that they have their own the domestic law. And the Japan has based on the 2007, the Basic Act of the Ocean Policy, they have quite a comprehensive the registration touch upon the marine protection from the pollution. Korea also follow that quite similar the way we have the Ministry of the Ocean and Fisheries responsible for the activities in this matter. And from the morning, in the morning, the president kills they provide you that one of the developments that Korea made in terms of in this matter. And the Philippines also has a Philippines Clean Water Act, which is specified about the dumping issues. And the question is that the 4 states I mentioned here is China, Japan, Korea, the Philippines is only state party to the London Convention and the London Protocol. And but the way actual the circumstances, the data to show that there are not much the progress at all in terms of the marine protection preservation of the marine environment. Just the top of my head is that when I participate to one of the conference, the area-based marine protection in Asia Pacific, I'm working on the state practice too. The 12 states to participate, and they show that the in-depth and breadth of the what kinds of issues they have. You know, when you're working on the state practice, actually the biggest challenges is the practical matter. Not all states, the medium of language is English. Is if you know that the real issues or behind the scene, you have to understand or you have to working with the reliable local contributors. The challenges they provide at the time is in terms of the marine protected area, from my own perspective, is quite similar with when you're dealing with the dumping convention and protocol. For example, China is the presenters at the time, they point out the challenges China faces with, for example, a balance and conservation and development funding, a conflict between agencies, and conflict due to the property rights and border issues and consistency of the plans. Also challenges for the management or decentralized management, only do dual MPA, and they focus on the quantity rather than quality. And the selection based on the quick process with the limited information and a series of the changes to governmental reform provide the uncertainty to offset. And Japan has the challenges, future cooperation with other states and with the international organization in SBC MPA and offshore area. As you know that the Japan is a very powerful industry fishing communities, so they self-regulate the issues or the challenges to implement MPA in Japan. Korea also has many issues, but due to the time constraint, I skipped many parts. But only I want to mention here is that Korea is with no fixed maritime boundary with neighboring state. So if something happened with the so-called overlapping area, the enforcement of these jurisdiction issues involved. And the Philippines is also quite, I think, quite interesting. It can apply to underdeveloped states or the developing states or other parts of the world. For example, potential jurisdiction conflict between the national and local authorities, and only a very few MPA are properly managed, and more than 80% MPA are ineffective in maintaining, and total MPA size is too difficult to estimate because the data is too out of date. So at the time we made a recommendation, I think if we change the word of the MPA to the London Convention or Protocol, the activities related to the dumpings, then I think the quite a good implication we can get. We have quite the clear direction. So international framework encourages developments or encourage non-state parties to ratify the convention or the protocol, and enhance the awareness of coastal communities is very much needed, and the interaction with the various sectors to be continued. The fishing industries in this MPA may be changed to the shipping or the industrial sectors can be applied in terms of the London Convention, and the management of the MPA interagencies or central local or the various one can be discussed. So, since due to time constraints, I will touch upon how about the other state, which is not the state parties in Asia. Without prejudice, the statehood of Taiwan also has the Marine Pollution Control Act, and Singapore is also based on interagency committee. They decided not to join the convention and the protocol. There should be some regions, maybe land reclamation is a big issue for the Singapore, and that there is a very limited area to apply for this one. And Thailand and Vietnam do not produce any reports on that issue. And Indonesia is quite impressive of the domestic legislation in terms of the governmental regulation, very vast, very comprehensive. But the issue is that how this regulation actually in practice implemented, because we do not know that what is happening in the scene. The Malaysia also their own act to regulate the dumping issues. The conclusion is that step practice is very much important to show that, to encourage the states to ratify the convention, to become a member of the community is very important. But that's one hand. In the other hand, how the states to implement the treaty obligation to the domestic level is the other one. And that without having that very depth and breadth of the reports in terms of the progress they are making, it is hardly defined or hardly clarify what kinds of level of status they have. The contemporary issues and challenges are largely based on the different step practice of domestic implementation of the international in Asia. I don't believe that this is only happened to Asia, but I don't believe also this is not only happened to London Convention and Protocol. So we see that how the next 50 years of the London Conventions move forward. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. I found that very interesting, almost to say thrilling, particularly in that you have done all this research in cooperation with other states, and your conclusion that the focus is more on competition than cooperation, and how that affect the protection of the marine environment in different areas. I think that is something that few of us have thought of. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sure that many more than I will have questions to pose to you later in the panel. We will now move to the presentation by Dr. Santillo. David Santillo, are you with us?
I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can't see you. I see. There you are. Hello.
Hello there. Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the conference. So you will now, Dr. David Santillo is a marine biologist and an analytical chemist who works as a scientist at Greenpeace Research Laboratory, which is based at the University of Exeter in the UK. And he has represented Greenpeace in many meetings for quite some time. You will speak yourself how long time you've represented Greenpeace. And and I will not continue the presentation of your CV because you have said to me it was okay that I didn't do that. But rather you prefer to have the floor and say what you want to say. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen if I can. Are you able to see my slides? Sorry, I can't hear from the floor, but I'm assuming that you can see my slide. So
change the presenter view. We see the.
My apologies. Let me try again. So is that better? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm also getting a bit of feedback on the system, but I hope you can hear me okay. Very happy to have this opportunity to speak to you. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you there in person to join the conference. But I understand from having looked at Malmö online in the autumn that this is entirely my loss in not being there. As has been said, I work with Greenpeace International here at the University of Exeter, where we have our research laboratories. And I began working with Greenpeace back in 1994. And in 1995, I had the first opportunity of attending a meeting of the scientific groups to the London Convention. Is the sound quality okay? Because I'm still getting a lot of feedback through something. You're able to hear me okay, yeah? I'll continue, and I hope that's okay. And I've been representing Greenpeace International within meetings of the scientific groups and also the governing bodies of the London Convention and London Protocol since the mid-1990s. So you probably will have seen a lot of this slide, and we'll see more of it in the coming days. But this is the history of the development over the last 50 years. And I guess you could say that I came in roughly about half time in this progress towards where we are today. So I was involved from the mid-90s through the formation of the waste assessment guidances, the great detail that was gone into on each of those wastes that are eligible for dumping under the convention and under the protocol, through the discussions on de minimis levels of radioactivity, and also, of course, played a very active role in the discussions on regulating those climate change mitigation technologies. So both in relation to ocean fertilization and marine geoengineering more widely, and also on carbon capture and storage. And I think you'll be hearing more about both of those aspects from a talk later during the conference from Dr. Chris Vivian. Looking where we've come to in the last 50 years, the London Convention, when it began, was a relatively permissive regime for issuing permits for waste disposal. At least that's certainly how it appeared from the outside. And over the time, it has changed and it has grown in a number of ways. So it has grown, I feel, in the level of precaution which is applied. The triple ban, the ban on dumping at sea of radioactive waste, of industrial waste, and of incineration at sea, was clearly an expression of that precaution. The adoption of the London Protocol, the 1996 Protocol as it was known, and also more recently the precautionary action that's been taken to regulate ocean fertilization. These are all positives in terms of the growth of the application of precaution to the protection of the marine environment. But of course, even as it stands with its 100 parties between the two instruments, its reach is still limited. It doesn't include some of the big economies, the big countries that will be having an impact on the marine environment. And it's also perhaps not as visible as it should be in terms of the amount and quality of work that it does. It's grown, of course, in membership. So we're now to 100 parties in total across the two instruments. But the rate of new accessions and the transitions to the protocol is still far too slow, and I'll come back to that in a moment. And it's also grown in terms of its participation, the extent of participation of non-party states within meetings, and also additional observers that are coming to the table. This is in part, I think, in the last couple of years because of the running of meetings online or as hybrid meetings. And we would hope that even when travel is possible again for everyone, that some degree of hybrid meetings will remain possible so that that broad participation can continue to build. And that was certainly very useful during the meeting of governing bodies last week, the most recent one. It's also grown in terms of the amount of scrutiny that is given to the reports on dumping permits issued. That's something that has evolved significantly during the time I've spent in the meetings. Also looking more at monitoring reports and on compliance issues, although clearly there is still a huge amount to do. And we have to keep in mind that what we are able to see and to scrutinize are only those reports that are made. So the limits to reporting really do limit the amount of scrutiny that can be done. I think perhaps where it has shown itself to have grown very significantly is in its willingness to adapt and address emerging issues, whether these are purely issues that are just emerging or for which recognition is emerging or the need for some regulatory oversight is emerging is another question. But certainly the issues on carbon capture and storage, on marine geoengineering, work on plastics and microplastics, and some of those boundary issues that perhaps relate in part to the London Protocol, in part perhaps to other bodies. But obviously that advantage in having a family of instruments that is able to look forward, to pick up emerging issues, to deal with those, is on the one hand very good, but on the other hand suffers from the fact that we're still not getting some of the basics right in terms of reporting and demonstrating compliance. And that's something that really does need to be sorted. And then the final thing that there has been, or perhaps should be, growth in is the scope. To take a phrase from elsewhere, scope is what you make it. And perhaps this is a challenge for the next 50 years. We've just seen at the meeting of the governing bodies last week, the first review of the strategic plan that was put in place 5 years ago to try to increase accessions to and reporting to the London Convention and the London Protocol. And there were 4 strategic directions that were set. And this is just a very brief summary of the report that we received last week. And we can see that the 3rd and 4th of those plans, those strategic directions, are being at least in a good part met in terms of promoting the work, although clearly there's more that can be done, and also identifying and addressing emerging issues, although clearly that work will never be done because that's the nature of addressing those issues as they come up. But the basics are what I'm referring to there in the top part of the slide. Clearly, despite efforts so far to substantially increase the rates per year of new ratifications, we're still falling short. And I think that is partly because of the institutional nature of the changes that are necessary within countries, but also perhaps because it's still not entirely clear what the enormous benefits are of being part of that family of instruments. And secondly, you can see on the right-hand side there the limits to reporting. So although there was an increase in rates of reporting in the early years of the convention and the protocol, we seem to have hit a fairly steady level of reporting now, which is declining in percentage terms as the number of parties increases. And that's something that really does have to be resolved in order to have the credibility to present itself as a global organization to address marine environmental protection. I want to talk about one of the positives, though, and that is in relation to the work on marine geoengineering. And I think this shows the speed with which things can be done, where the will and the common work and purpose is present. So it was only in 2007 that the first statement of concern on ocean iron fertilization was issued by the scientific groups. And yet within 1 year, we had a resolution stating that ocean fertilization did fall under the regulatory purview of the LC and LP, and a clear statement that ocean fertilization activities other than legitimate scientific research should not be allowed. Now, that's a very rapid move from a statement of scientific concern to the first step of regulation. And that then continued to develop over the next few years to the amendments to the London Protocol in 2013. We have had a somewhat of a pause in between, but we are now in the situation of having, from our meeting last week, a new statement on 4 more priority techniques where the intention is to evaluate options for action, including regulation. Now, much has been said that the amendment on ocean fertilization is not yet in force. That is true, but we have to remember that we do still have the resolutions from 2007 and 2010, and those have been reaffirmed as continuing to apply. So we have to bear that in mind, that this is still an effective assessment and regulatory system. Among the other emerging issues that are being picked up, there's quite a diversity there. Marine litter and microplastics, of course. The bodies are looking at whether, and if so, how to regulate materials that are dropped from space vehicle launches. We're looking at munitions and a host of other issues that are either things that the London Convention and Protocol can deal with itself, or at least the things that can be dealt with in working with other agencies. I just want to reflect personally on what I feel are the strengths of the LC and LP. Part of that, of course, is the long experience. It's had the opportunity of those 50 years to develop the work. And that means that there has been progress on the core issues, giving space to identify and examine some of those new issues. That's not to say that there's still not more to do, much more to do on the core issues in terms of reporting and scrutiny. It has the scientific groups which advise it directly and provide those wider connections into research. And it has a long-standing focus on building guidance that can help both parties and non-parties overcome barriers to protection. It has the ambition built into it to look upstream to find solutions, working in partnerships where that's necessary. And from my experience, at least, there has been, in most cases, a pursuit of consensus. This feels like there is a common ambition through the work of the LCLP. And where it has come to votes, as it did on the amendments relating to carbon capture and storage, experience has shown that those were more divisive and more contentious moments. So where possible, consensus is always better, I feel. It allows for open and direct discussions, and it has been very open to participation from observers. There is a real feeling that we are in the room, yes to push, yes to help, and we are heard across all of those different groups. And despite the long experience, for whatever reason, it feels like the London Convention and Protocol still have the energy to keep developing. I'm going to finish by asking the question as to what we do next, and to suggest perhaps we should be looking at land-based sources of marine pollution. We raised, again, as did other delegations last week, the issue of one particular land-based source that is pending, and that is the release of radioactive materials in treated wastewater from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, which will eventually be detectable right across the Pacific Ocean. And it's in that context that the legal department of the IMO was asked to give advice on the regulation of land-based sources. And their advice was interesting. It made the point that this is an obligation under UNCLOS, but there was currently no international instrument covering that pollution, and that there was in effect nothing that would prevent the contracting parties to the convention and the protocol from adopting a new instrument to regulate those areas and fill a space that's currently unoccupied. As I said, scope is what you make it, and perhaps this is the challenge moving forward for the next 50 years. Final slide is just to draw attention to a recent issue of the journal The Environmental Scientist, which has a number of papers in there which I'd encourage everyone to read, including one from us, but many others that are giving a perspective on the 50 years of development since the Stockholm Declaration. And at that point, I'll stop and end my slideshow. Thank you.
Sorry, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Santillo. Thank you very much. We could hear you very, very well, and you were loud and clear, but we had certain problems with your slides because they didn't come up in anything but a very small size. Our colleague here tried to call you, but you were engaged in your presentation, which was right. So, but I don't think actually, given your excellent presentation, that we missed a lot from the slides because you were very clear. And I think we will have, and thank you for showing both the success and the challenges. I myself have a few questions, but I will not take up the time with those now, but rather to introduce the third speaker on our panel, which is Professor Atsuko Kanehara. And she will talk about the Stockholm Declaration. Now, Professor Kanehara is the former president of the Japanese Society of International Law, and she's the member of the governing board of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute, or IMLI, as it is known here, I think. She's also the counselor for the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and she has been a counsel for Japan in the whaling case, Antarctica case. She has also published very widely, I must say, and I've had the fortune to work with professor in one of the International Law Association groups, and I hope that we can continue with that work. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mari, for your very kind introduction of me. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. It is really a great honor for me as counselor for the Sasakawa Peace Foundation to make presentation here. I really would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ronán, Cleopatra, WMU, IMO, the Nippon Foundation, and all the organizers of this wonderful conference. I will speak under the title, Effective Implementation of the Stockholm Declaration under the Development of the Concepts of Environment in the 21st Century. I don't need this. It's bothering. Slide 2 gives you the structure of my presentation. Please look at it. Then, as my introduction, I will succinctly explain the effective implementation of the Stockholm Declaration under UNCLOS based upon the development of the concepts of marine environment and harms to it. Principle 21 of the Stockholm Declaration is almost reproduced in the Part 12, Article 194 of UNCLOS. UNCLOS encompasses all sources of pollution and categorizes them. In addition, it establishes the unique implementation mechanism of the marine environmental protection and preservation. UNCLOS distributes prescriptive, enforcement, and judicial jurisdiction to coastal states, port states, and the flag states, depending on the sources pollution. In slide 4, for your convenience, I reproduced Article 192 and 194. On slide 5, you may find all sources of pollution that UNCLOS is combating with by its implementation mechanism for the marine environmental protection and preservation. Thus, UNCLOS puts in order all sources of pollution and establishes its unique implementation mechanism by distributing prescriptive, enforcement, and judicial jurisdictions to coastal states, port states, and flag states, depending on the sources of pollution. In addition, UNCLOS has instituted a dynamism for its implementation mechanism. I will explain this dynamism later in the section 2 of my presentation. As I indicated on slide 7, there has been enlargement of the concepts of marine environment and harms to it by development of science and technology in using the oceans. How does UNCLOS encompass such enlargement? That is by the dynamism of UNCLOS. I will explain it next. In the section 2, I will explain 2 methods that give UNCLOS the dynamism for its implementation mechanism for the marine environmental protection and preservation. The first is horizontal development among treaty regimes, interplay of international laws. For this issue, I hope you may find some interest in my recent work, of which I introduce the URL on slide 8. The second is vertical development, international lawmaking within particular treaty regimes with their protocols or annexes and timely amendments to them. Let me explain the first point, namely horizontal development among treaty regimes, interplay of international laws. For this purpose, I will focus on the vessel source pollution and the prescriptive jurisdiction and enforcement jurisdiction. I reproduced the relevant articles of the Part 12 of UNCLOS. I will show you slide 9, 10, 11, one by one. Please pay attention particularly to the red letters. Slide 9 reproduces the provisions for the prescriptive jurisdiction of flag states and coastal states. Flag states have the same effect as that of generally accepted international rules and standards established through the competent international organization or general diplomatic conference. Coastal states, giving effect to generally accepted international rules and standards established through the competent international organization or general diplomatic conference. The red letters clearly demonstrate the so-called RAMBOA by UNCLOS to the relevant international treaties and documents. It is not to mention that IMO has taken strong initiative in adopting these treaties and documents. Next, moving on to slide 10, it shows the enforcement jurisdiction of flag states and port states. Again, by focusing on the red letters, you can find the RAMBOA of UNCLOS to the relevant international treaties and documents. Here also, IMO is assumed as the principal organ that adopts these treaties and documents. Slide 11 is taking up the enforcement jurisdiction of coastal states. This is the first method that UNCLOS has instituted for the purpose of dynamic response to the enlargement of the concepts of marine environment and the harms to it. To complete the dynamism, the second method is indispensable. Let me explain the second method. The second method is vertical development, international lawmaking within particular treaty regimes. As in the London Convention regime, quite many treaties on environmental protection adopt the international lawmaking procedure, such as fine combination between treaties and protocols or annexes to them. By amending the protocols and annexes, the treaty regimes are continuously growing. In doing so, they can respond in a timely and effective manner to the enlargement and development of the concept of marine environment and harms to it. Later in the section 3, I will take up the example of the London Convention regime. Thus far, I explained two methods of UNCLOS that give it its dynamism to cope with the development of the concept of marine environment and harms to it. Vertically, each treaty regime is growing with timely amendments to its protocol or annexes. Horizontally, as fine interplay between UNCLOS and other international treaties and documents, UNCLOS is incessantly incorporating into it the changing rules and the standards that are being adopted within treaty regimes. This dynamism enables UNCLOS to react in a timely and effective manner to the development of the concepts of marine environment and harms to it. In this dynamism, definitely, IMO is discharging indispensable function by taking initiative in adopting treaties, protocols, and standards, and etc. Then, I'm moving on to the section 3. I will take up succinctly two issues. First, carbon dioxide capture and storage under the London Convention regime. And the second, Japan's experience regarding its discharge of treated water containing tritium. Sorry, I don't know why, but slide 14 is missing. I will explain slowly. In slide 14, I confirmed the reflection of the London Convention regime in UNCLOS. It focuses on the definition of dumping. I'm sorry about the missing of slide 14. I'm not quite sure for the reason. Moving on to slide 15. Let's look at the development of the London Convention regime regarding the carbon dioxide capture and storage, CCS. My intention here is not to make analysis of this development in detail. My intention is to confirm the development of the London Convention regime in reacting to the issue of global warming and CCS. This is an example of the vertical development of a treaty regime within it by using its protocol, which I explained in the section 2 of my presentation. The 1996 London Protocol with its 2006 amendment regulates CCS. I reproduced relevant part of the amendment in slide 15. Slide 16 pays attention to the repositories of CO2 accessed only from land. This is a good example of vertical development of a treaty regime to cope with a new type of marine environmental harm. In contrast to this, we need to be very careful with the limit of the scope of any environmental treaties. The next issue is such an example. Last year, the Japanese government decided the discharge of the treated water containing tritium from nuclear facility Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Station. Here, in the context of today's my presentation, my point is that this discharge is not dumping. It is conducted from the vicinity of Japan's coast and not using vessels. The discharge of Japan is out of reach of the London Convention regime on dumping. Frequently, I have found criticism against Japan's discharge of the treated water by saying that it is ocean dumping prohibited. Okay. It is not true. Due to time restraint, I will take up this experience of Japan solely from this perspective. As to other important points to be precisely understood, please look at slide 17. As director of IAEA emphasized, water containing tritium has been released into the sea from nuclear power plants and reprocessing facilities worldwide. Slide 18 shows the worldwide practice, general practice, which can form the material element of customary international law. The sources of this figure are indicated at the bottom of the slide. Japan will discharge no more than 22 trillion becquerel of tritium. You can find clearly that this is so little quantity in comparison with the quantity of tritium that is released from other nuclear facilities in the world. I'm going to the end of my presentation. It is important for any environmental treaties to enlarge its sphere of regulation to cope with development of new environmental harms. However, at the same time, it is critically important too for us to precisely understand their target environmental harms. For the London Convention regime, it is the concept of dumping and its coverage. Otherwise, wrong criticism without legal and scientific evidence would seriously provoke the so-called rumor-based adverse impacts on reputation. In international sphere, that is seriously harmful even to friendly relationship of states. Even it must be harmful to the treaty regime itself. I introduced worldwide practice of discharge of treated water containing tritium. Legal regulation against worldwide practice, general practice, which can be the material element of customary international law, could not be accepted by the states, could not be effective. In slide 20, I repeated the gist of my presentation today. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your very kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kanahara. Not only for for in an illustrative way showing us the horizontal development and the vertical lawmaking, and some would also like to introduce the concept of informal lawmaking into that, which is an emerging concept in international law. I sense that we will have questions, and I sense there is a tension between your very firm interpretation at the end of your statement and Dr. Santillo's scope is what you make of it, but we will hear more about that. So I will now turn to the first of the two commentators. It's Professor Theo Karigithu. He is a professor of maritime law and policy here at the World Maritime University. And his research has focused very much on carriage of goods by sea, marine insurance, conflict of laws, and methodology. And but he's one of those who are published very widely. So I'll give you the floor, Professor.
It's our students. But in order to be able to keep track of time, according to the program, we have 20 minutes, but it's already almost 3. So how much time do we have as commentators? 10 minutes, is that okay? 2 minutes. Then I will just sit down and let my quiet. Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank our parent institution, IMO, and the organizers, the Global Ocean Institute, Professor Ronán, my colleague, for helping us really hosting this conference in our foundation studies. The students that you see here, they are the newcomers. This is a class of 2023. This is the second subject of the foundation studies. The subject is called the IMO System of Maritime Governance. So it comes very timely. And I said to the students that the next 2 days, you'll be able to hear a lot of the elements that we are currently addressing on the governance system. So let me say a couple of things about the governance system in general, and then I'll get to what we heard just from our distinguished speakers. So we saw that in order to have a governance system in place, you need to have actors, institutional, legal framework. And that, of course, applies at national level. Then we may have a governance system at supranational level or regional in some cases, we just heard, the area of Asia, and then also a global level. And for a governance system, in order to be able to function, we definitely laws, rules, regulations, whether that is hard law or soft law in many cases. And let me, when we're delivering this subject to the students, we tell them that there is indeed contact, if I may use that expression, between the various structural elements of a governance system, whether that is a national or supranational level. And that applies especially for maritime law and, of course, all the maritime and ocean issues. But let me take the example. We just heard something fascinating earlier. And I take that this is a statement that has been verified, that currently all the exploration that is taking place in the seabed area, all the mine exploration, it's really at an embryonic level. To my understanding, that means that science is really ahead of the regulatory framework that we have. But at the same time, the corporations which are profit-driven, they need to exercise those rights. And they also can, to some extent, also demand from the countries that they exercise those rights. And again, at least to the best of my knowledge, we do not have really concrete, again, reports about the emissions that we may have when we do exploration in these kinds of depths. But that must happen, that activity must happen. The countries need that to be exercised. So that, and this is a statement now to basically to our students, you see here the conflict that there is between the international community wanting to regulate something so important, but at the same time, that activity needs to be exercised. So in some cases, this activity lies ahead of the framework, and the law cannot be in place without first knowing from science how to regulate things. So this is something that comes very strong, and I think from the conference it will also come very strongly. Now, based on what we heard earlier from our distinguished speakers that we have here, and we thank you very much for covering all this distance and coming and joining us. This is a genuine pleasure for us to have you here and share that knowledge with us. We saw the different perspectives, from different perspectives, the impacts on international institutions and actors, and to some extent also at national level what is happening. I think also at some point you saw that there are also different views. And this is exactly also what's happening in a governance system at supranational level, at IMO. We heard on Friday from the director of the legal affairs, Mr. Fred Kenny, that it's a consensus-driven organization. You need to have consensus in order to proceed and have law in place. And this is exactly what is happening. We have countries with different approach at national level because they have sovereignty, they can put laws in place. And then at some point when they meet at international fora, and this is also what's interesting, they will have to find a way in order to have rules in place which are common. This is exactly also what is happening with BB&J. And the consensus that is at this point, at least the attempt to have it in order for this to become a functional instrument, and it will not just become paper to put it on the wall so that the countries will implement it. With those introductory comments, but the Envoy, I think I have a bit of reticence to accept it. That's conflict of law. It's when a country, the conflict rules of a country make reference to another law in that other country, its own conflict rules send the matter again to another jurisdiction, whether that is renvoi in the case that you described, or maybe reference, but maybe we can discuss this over a break. So I'll give the floor now to my co-commentator, Aspasia Pastra, who will try to provide a question so that we also have, to the limited time that we have, to generate some discussion. Thank you.
So the second commentator is also from this university. It's Dr. Aspasia Pastra, who is appointed as postdoc fellow at this and a maritime policy analyst here at the World Maritime University. And she has also published widely, and she has, in particular, in the very interesting field of maritime robotics and techno-regulatory advancements, which is not that many that have done, I suppose, except you. But the floor is yours.
A warm thanks from my side on our subject matter experts for the excellent presentations that gave us an in-depth experience of North and East Asian perspectives in ocean governance and the challenges encountered. Besides, we were informed about the London's protocol adaptability and the need to promote ratification and enhance effective implementation. We also attained the presentation for effective implementation of the Stockholm Declaration and the analysis with Japan experience of discharge of dirty water. My personal view is that we have to credit the adaptability of the protocol, which is evident from the latest developments in marine geoengineering and the sewage sludge. We credit also the parties to the London Convention and Protocol who are doubling and redoubling the efforts to share knowledge and technical experience with regards to the analysis of plastic, including microplastics in dredged material and sewage sludge. So I echo the words of the speakers today that progress has been substantially made, but there are ongoing challenges such as monitoring and low reporting rates, which affect the impact of the instruments. Besides, uneven application of the ocean damming regime has resulted in a fragmented approach to ocean damming governance. In this conference, I think that we all agree that we have to address these challenges. We need capacity building and technical cooperation between the developed and developing states. There is also an urgent need to promote more the protocol to address climate change. And as the exchange of knowledge and discussion is paramount for ocean governance, I have a few questions for our distinguished participants, depending, of course, on the time we have. And my first question is that existing dumping sites in Asia and in countries all around the world are generally located in the internal waters rather than the territorial sea or the exclusive economic zone. The London Protocol does not have the provisions dealing with dumping in internal waters. Do you consider as more preferable solution to this issue of internal waters the national level or the international level? And I would like your view on it, and anybody who would like to answer on it. No, let's start with the first one, depending on the time. And we stay on it. Anyone, yeah.
So, yeah, let's take this question first, but I also would like to make sure that we do not forget our panelist who is online, because he may very well want to say something. Are you there, David?
I'm still here, yes. I was struggling a little bit to hear the question at that point, but
Perhaps you could repeat your question, because he couldn't hear exactly what you said. And then if we will give the panelists a chance to respond to that, and you pose your second question, and we will let the audience in, if that is fine. So please.
Okay, I repeat my question that existing dumping sites in Asia and other countries around the world are generally located in the internal waters rather than in the territorial or sea or exclusive economic zone. The London Protocol does not have provisions dealing with dumping in internal waters. So which do you consider as the more preferable solution to this issue, the national or international level?
yeah, thank you for repeating that. I think from my perspective, the London Protocol does have at least some provision for internal waters, although it makes the point that it's at the discretion of the parties as to whether they apply the protocol or something that will give an equivalent level of protection. And of course, it doesn't change the overall obligations to protect the marine environment from pollution from all sources. So our feeling is that the international is always extremely useful, because that provides some level of global standardization, the opportunity of sharing experiences in terms of techniques for monitoring, for assessment, and for control of pollution. So we would always hope that everyone would see issues relating to marine pollution as international issues, and ones that can be best addressed through the application of international standards, or otherwise we would hope that national standards would be more stringent as the alternative. Thank you.
And then I would like to give the floor to Professor Kanahara, and then to Professor, or do you want to go first, Professor Lee? Please.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned in my presentation, the most of the, for example, the MPA, Marine Protected Area in Asia, the places either internal waters or the territorial sea, they do not go beyond the territorial sea. If you back to issues of the question you have, is that dumping sites usually are located in that context, do not go beyond the territorial sea at this moment, so that it can control by the domestic level. However, the controlled by the domestic level does not mean that it has only domestic implication, because the seas are interlinked each other, and if the one state do not control or do not implement effectively, that has a direct impact the other state. So in terms of the dumping site control and the management, the regional corporations should be addressed in that regard, and in particular in Asia, the most of sea are the semi or the enclosed sea, so that the negotiations or the cooperation is very much needed between the stakeholders.
Thank you very much for your question. I think to answer your question, we had to go back to Principle 21 of Stockholm Declaration, because we were talking about the Stockholm Declaration in this session. And Principle 21 of the Stockholm Declaration requires states not to cause damage to the environment of international spheres and other states. So dumping within international internal waters does not cause any international harms. It should be and it can be regulated by domestic laws. If it causes international harms, I mean, harms to other states' environment or environment of international spheres, it can be and it should be regulated by international law. That is my answer according to the Principle 21 of the Stockholm Declaration.
Thank you. And you have a chance to pose yet another question, and then we will open up for the audience. If it is a short question, you can.
Okay, for the question. Okay. So we noticed today that the international laws and governance system is fragmented. Many states, which are parts from the international instruments, maybe also part of regional conventions and treaties, or they have their own national policies. What should be the main priority to achieve coherence in the regulatory framework? What should be the first step we should have in order to achieve coherence?
So I will give the floor to our online friend. First, if you would like to answer, and then to Professor Kanahara, and then to Professor Lee, and then I'll open up. So be as brief as you can in your response at this stage, and then you can expand on everything later.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything directly to say to that beyond what I've said already. So I'd like to give the time to your two presenters in the room, if that's okay, on that point.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, let me put that a bit different way. For example, when I have a chance working on the IU fishing activities, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing activities in Korea. Although there are the various metrics in international treaty level and the domestic level, and in a sense that from the outfit, from the outset, is well managed. And however, the issues is that the fact is that still there are many other cases reported, which means that the domestic registration, the cover the certain aspect only. It cannot cover the every aspect of the activities engaged. So to enhance the quality of the regulatory bodies, international treaties are just they provide the threshold of what state parties have to do, and the domestic level how they can implement it in their domestic law to their own people. I believe that that is more important to move forward.
Thank you very much for your question concerning the fragmentation between rules and principles of diverse sources. Maybe I can repeat from my presentation the horizontal method of UNCLOS. Thank you very much. Correction of my wrong word, RAMBOR. Not RAMBOR. Reference by UNCLOS to other international rules, principles, and the document, at least partly, it could resolve the problem of fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to open 10 minutes. According to my clock, it's like 13 minutes left. I like my clock, my watch better than yours. Okay, so I'll open up for questions and comments. Anybody would like to share their views or their question? Or do they have any question? Yes, please, sir. Introduce yourself.
My name is Daniel Chunga, is 23. I'm from Tanzania, East Africa. I would like to know what is the marine environmental protection opportunity to the world economic growth competition? Because I can see that one side demanding for economic development. Also, we are talking about the marine conservation. So what is the opportunity of the marine conservation to the world competition economic growth?
Thank you. Your question is what is the contribution of marine protection to world economic, an equal world economic growth? Is that what you're asking?
Should I give an initial response to that?
Yeah, you can. Just a second. Please go ahead. No, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, what is the opportunity for marine environmental protection to the world economic growth competition, especially to development countries?
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead, David.
Yes, thank you. I would say, given the importance of a clean and sustainable environment for all aspects of human survival and sustainability, then there is an enormous but perhaps unquantifiable benefit from having proper protections in place for the marine environment. And they may not be immediately apparent what those economic benefits can be from that. Everyone initially perhaps thinks of tourism as the only one from having a clean and protected environment. But ultimately, of course, so much of human society relies on having a clean environment and sustainable activities if we look forward in terms of economic development, not just in the coming few years, but in the many decades to come. The oceans are part of the natural systems, including the climate system on which we all depend. So I would say an enormous opportunity, but perhaps one that is very difficult to quantify and therefore which sometimes is ignored.
Thank you. And do we have any more questions here? Yes, sir, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Major Dennis from Liberia, S23. I listened to the prof from Korea. He said some states in the Asia Pacific area don't put domestic law into place to protect waters outside their territories. So why is the international body doing about that to encourage them? Because it's one of their functions to protect waters that are outside their territories.
I'm not quite sure that I understand the questions, but if I understand it correctly, the most of the marine protected area in these days in Asia, they placed in the internal sea or the territorial sea. They do not go beyond the territorial sea much, because I believe that the most of the sea in Asia is the closed or semi-enclosed sea, and that there is issues of the maritime delimitation with the neighboring state, and that some of the schemes implemented in that overlapping area that cause some of the tensions or issues among the neighbors. However, if we see that the at least a certain level of the MPA can be implemented, I think you can, if you apply to only territorial sea, I don't think that the size is enough to reach the certain standard. So that you should go to the beyond the territorial sea in some states. However, I do not see that any development for the direction. So at the same vein, today we're talking about the London Convention as a dumping site, and the couple of challenges I mentioned today, in particular, those states who state parties of the London Convention, the protocol, and that those 4 states also the highly debated or with the neighboring state, so that whether they can dump the certain area which go beyond the territorial sea, I believe that there should be international issue. So the boundary issues is quite related to this one. Why in particular state practice Asia is not much the progress in comparison with the other parts of the world.
Thank you. I almost missed that we also have questions coming in online. And here is one from Sharifa Nora Sayed Ibrahim, who's asking that the dumping may be within the territorial sea, but transboundary pollution is also addressed in UNCLOS, isn't it? Or she claims it is. Would you like to comment on that?
Again, I think I mentioned here about the issues. If the one jurisdiction can control the dumping issues, it can be regulated by the current regime of the UNCLOS. However, if the things happen over or within that the so-called the overlapping area, the stakeholders has some issues. So the cooperation needed very much whether the in particular the marine environment issues, and the current jurisprudence is very much emphasized that the part 12 of the protection preservation of the marine environment. In a sense that I believe that, as I mentioned in my talk, is that the London Convention, the broader framework can work together with the regime of the UNCLOS so that whenever we have the cases now, the conventional lawyers of the law like me think about this, how we implement or how we apply the London Convention protocol. That's why we encourage the other states who are not the parties of the convention to join that this regime of the community, so that the visuality of from the outset are more clear, so that we can enhance the legality of the London Convention and protocol.
Okay, we have 5 minutes now with you. So we have a question over there. Sir, please introduce yourself.
My name is Bernard Kuonu from Ghana, S23. One theme I've seen going through all representations is about capacity building in building the capacity of states to be able to come up and then be at par internationally. But I'm looking at a case of a developing country, which is even having difficulty monitoring their own territorial sea, not to talk of beyond that 12-mile limit. So I'm wondering from the IMO, whether when they go for capacity building, do they do a gap analysis to see the needs of the various states before they provide that training, or is just a tailor-made that, okay, we are going on to build a capacity of states? And I'm also thinking, is there a way to have something like a regional monitoring system whereby resources can be pooled amongst the Committee of Nations in that region to be able to monitor the enforcement of the anti-dumping convention by other states or vessels or other states actually flouting these regulations? Because I know most of them do not have that capacity to enforce. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We have seen throughout the day that the issue of capacity comes up in every single aspect of this. And I know that you posed your question to the IMO, but I think that what was actually presented by Professor Lee, perhaps do you conceive that it would be thinkable that you had like a common surveillance in your area?
Thank you very much. Here is World Maritime University bring that the very talented the individual from all over the world, and but I believe that if you go back to your home country, you are certain level of the individuals working as academic or the government officers. I believe that if you're working at as academics or law of the sea or the IMO staffs, you will have a chance to talk with the local communities. the dialogues you have with individuals who are working at the scene is not you can imagine in the classroom. You know, can you say that there's somebody who working in the fishing industry to criticize their activities about the dumping or the other the activities prohibited by the treaty? They even do not know that what is treaty means. So that the awareness of the locals is, I believe that it's an easy one to say. However, I believe there's the most important task for all the lawyers or the older peoples they engage. So it is a long way to go, but I think the way we have to go. So thank you.
So Professor Gunnar and Professor, yeah, please, you first.
Thank you very much for your question. Unfortunately, I do not have direct answer to your question, but just I would like to mention about the zone system established by UNCLOS. Under UNCLOS, not only territorial sea, but also exclusive economic zone is the responsibility of coastal states, according to recent advisory opinion issued by ITROS, which means that under the UNCLOS, the coastal state of territorial sea, coastal state of exclusive economic zone have jurisdiction and also responsibility on marine environment. This is existing zone system under UNCLOS. So I'm sorry, I do not have a direct answer to your question, but I think you raised very important question to the existing UNCLOS zone system. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'll just say one sentence only. Of course, we have the representatives of IMO who could provide more guidance on that. But you must realize that the IMO is receiving every day a lot of requests at the Secretariat for capacity building, invariably from developing countries. IMO cannot respond to every single one because, as you correctly said, it has to be bespoke, and that cannot be done by IMO. The IMO can, what TCD especially, which has a lot of programs, it encourages countries with also the National Maritime Transport Policy workshop that we deliver, also we're involved in that, to adopt policies, the countries to adopt policies. With that, then the countries can realize where they have needs for implementation and enforcement, which applies also for many states. Experience also shows that in many cases, capacity building can be also achieved by working with your neighboring countries. Regional also agreements. They can also assist in capacity building in the sense of enforcing and implementing rights, because you also save time, energy, resources, so on and so forth. So IMO has limits that this capacity building can be provided to the member states. But also states are always encouraged to have a proper policy in place, and also at the same time work with the neighbors so that they'll be able to tackle those problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the last word to David, who really wants to respond to this question. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, and I think in part it's been said, but I can see in the front row there you have Frederick Haag and Andy Birchenough, and I would not want to interfere with their coffee break, but I think if you have a discussion with them, they'll be able to give you the background to the various regional workshops that have been held under the auspices of the London Convention and Protocol. And I think it would be fair to say that in all of those cases, there has been a focus on working with people in those countries to try to identify what the issues are, rather than to impose something from above. But a focus from the LCLP over the many years has been trying to provide tools that are universally accessible and useful. So I hope through more cooperation and less competition, we can all work towards cleaner seas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So why don't you join me in thanking the panelists and the commentators for their excellent contributions.
all, I want to thank very much President Cleopatra Doumbia-Henry for inviting me to take part to this conference, and thank the organizers as well. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to visit WMU first time and to meet all of you. We have a panel now concerning regional approaches. It is a panel with two speakers. One of them is here, the other one will be online, and both our commentators will be online as well. I would only like to take 2 minutes as French ambassador to the IMO to recall the interest, the long-standing commitment of France for the preservation of the ocean. You may know that France has the second biggest maritime territory, and we are eager to protect biodiversity and resources. And so in this state of mind, the French president organized the One Ocean Summit in Brest in January this year. And following the second UN Conference on Ocean, which took place in Lisbon in June, we really want to create a dynamic move towards action in this topic, Therefore, you may have read that France and Costa Rica have offered to organize the third United Nations Conference on Oceans in 2024-2025. We are two countries who are both deeply engaged in favor of a sustainable governance for the ocean. So this topic is going to be a major topic for the French government in the coming 2-3 years. So this being said, I will turn now to our program, and I will introduce the first speaker, Mr. Richard Cronin. Mr. Richard Cronin is Principal Advisor for the Marine Environment in the Irish government. He is Marine Director for Ireland under the EU Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and he is responsible for the expansion of Ireland's network of marine protected areas. He represents Ireland at EU and micro-regional and global levels in various negotiations. I will also add that he is responsible for the implementation of the Convention of the Protection of the Marine Environment of the Northeast Atlantic, called OSPAR, in Ireland, and has been chairing the OSPAR Commission from 2018 to 2022. So I will call Mr. Cronin, ask him to join him as our only speaker present in the room, and I will give him the floor. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I think I look much better in my photograph than I do in real life. That was a few years ago. I'd just like to say before I start, well done to everybody here, whether you're online or whether you're in the room, you're still here, and I'm really impressed. So thank you. And of course, thank you to Madam President, thank you to Professor Long, who invited me, and thank you to the World Maritime University. It's my first time being in Malmo. Not my first time in Sweden, but I love coming north. I go south to my holidays, but I like to work up north. So thank you very much. I've got about 15 or 16 slides of substance, and about 7 or 8 of them will be what OSPAR is, so what the regional cooperation arrangement for the Northeast Atlantic is. And this really answers some of the questions I've heard raised earlier on today. And it's just really to look under the hood of it. So what it actually means, what the governance structures and arrangements of it are. Some of you will know them, others won't, okay? Then there are the challenges. These are the things we don't really talk about in public. The difficulty of trying to get this thing to keep moving and make progress, dealing with uncertainty and some of those other issues around non-state actors and the science and policy dynamic. And then there's a small piece on horizon scanning, just what I think the future holds, and they're just my personal views. Okay, so we like to call it the Goldilocks because it's not too hot, not too cold, not too big, not too small. It's just right. When we say just right, it's still quite big. Okay, so that's it really simply. It's really, it is a convention. It's very small. It is about 34 articles. It's 10 or 11 pages of text. It's got annexes to it, but it's a cooperation agreement. Okay, it's a mechanism, it's a treaty. There's 15 governments, so it goes from Finland all the way to Portugal. It has the European Union, and it has a number of inland countries as well. So Finland, Switzerland, and Luxembourg would be inland countries because of their contribution from riverine inputs. It also has EU and non-EU countries. So Switzerland, Iceland, Norway, and the United Kingdom would be the non-EU countries. This is the history of it. You've seen some of this. The timelines here are the thing I want you to take from this. This stuff takes a long time. You're here celebrating 50 years of the London Convention, okay? The Torrey Canyon disaster is the genesis of this regional cooperation in the Northeast Atlantic, okay? And you see the timeline there. You have the Bonn Agreement, okay? And then you have Oslo and Paris agreements. And then 30 years ago, last month, so 2 weeks ago last month, 30 years ago, the 22nd of September, 1992, you get them coming together in Oslo, Paris, OSPAR. So it's the OSPAR Convention. If you take that away, you've learned a lot, okay? Just remember that piece, okay? Because I've had to explain that to ministers and to others. Where is this OSPAR? Is it in Australia? No. So anyway, so it's Oslo and Paris, but it basically combines the obligations of those two conventions into one, okay? So that's the timeline. Okay, so this is just a screen grab. It's not the light blue piece, it's the light blue and the dark blue. Regional here is 13.5 million square kilometers, okay? It covers the territorial waters, the exclusive economic zones, and most importantly, it covers areas beyond national jurisdiction. So the decisions and agreements reached in OSPAR apply to this area, but they apply just to the contracting parties. That's the important subtlety. It's regionalized based on the biogeographic issues. So you have the North Sea, you have the Arctic, you have the Celtic Seas, you have the Bay of Biscay and the Iberian coast, and then you have the wider Atlantic. Yeah, okay, so those each have different features, and the solutions that are delivered focus on what each of those areas delivers. But it is one convention and it is one area. This is just some of the these are some of the annexes to the convention, and these show you the obligations. The convention text itself, really, if you read nothing else, read Article 2, Part 1A. So it's like the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not pollute or cause harm. It's really simple. Even I can understand it, and I chaired it, but it was the only piece I had to read. Then it got more difficult when you read the annexes. But the annexes prevent different sorts of pollution, but they also create an obligation on you to monitor and adjust as time goes on and to report. And this is really important. And I heard some comments from the audience earlier on today. How do you monitor? How do you cooperate? There are mechanisms enshrined that allow you to leverage the capacity of your neighbors. Don't forget, cooperation really only works when you're all benefiting from it. Otherwise, it's a club I'm not sure you want to be a member of, okay? So that's how you know it's working, when you have that level of cooperation and people are willing to help each other out, okay? I should also, maybe just before I go any further, say that at the heart of this convention and its operationalization through its commission is this really strong commitment to a consensus-based approach. So sometimes things take a long time to come to fruition, and I'll touch on that as a challenge in the future, but you have strong consensus. Voting is avoided. There is a voting mechanism, but it's avoided, and you design solutions that are flexible and encompass all the needs. Okay. I'm going to dwell on this slide because this is part of the structured approach. I want you to look at the commission at the top and then how it breaks down, because I'm going to refer back to this slide as I go through some of the other issues around science and policy, okay? So the commission at the top is the decision-making body of the convention. That's what the convention establishes. And that decision-making body has the power to adopt legally binding decisions and then non-legally binding recommendations and other agreements. But that's how you articulate your rule book. That's how you articulate your priorities and how you create particular agreements. So for example, an agreement on the decommissioning of oil and gas platforms, an agreement on a harmonization on the use of chemicals for the offshore industry, an agreement on the phasing out of radioactive discharges. All of those come through the Commission. Now, the Commission has a number of checks and balances, those light blue boxes you see underneath it. So there's coordination groups and heads of delegation who prepare for the annual Commission meeting, okay? Jurists and linguists who provide legal advice on what the Commission wants to do, whether it's allowable within its convention. And then the Committee of Chairs and Vice Chairs, which is a risk and audit committee. Basically, what are the risks in terms of expenditure, in terms of achieving the objectives of the convention? Are there capacity problems? Do we have enough people? And yes, even in the Northeast Atlantic, in what you might consider to be a very well-developed part of the world, resources are still a constant problem for contracting parties. And I'll touch on that later in the challenges. But down at the bottom, what you see are the thematic committees. And those thematic committees, hazardous substances, oil and gas industry, radioactive substances, human activities and their impact, and biodiversity. These committees are where you get the scientists to work really hard. And this is very important because while you set a vision from the top, okay, which is this political policy vision, you have to have a separation space so that below those committees even further, you've specialist groups on large mammals, on litter, on noise, on the cumulative impacts of offshore wind, on socioeconomics. So you've got these really small groups of 5 or 6 experts that cover all those countries, because that's all we have between us, and they're allowed to work on solutions. So a governance structure like this allows you to kind of untangle this knot of science and policy and capacity and resource and set a framework around it. It really is, I think, the core strength, that chassis underneath it. Now, we then have one other thing we do at a European level in the Northeast Atlantic. We articulate a vision through a strategy, and this happens every 10 years. This gives us a really strong political mandate because these strategies are endorsed at a political level. Now, you can argue 10 years is really quite a long period between ministerial meetings. We've in fact recognized that, and we're looking for 5-year ministerial meetings now. But what you can see with this sort of structure is you have a vision that you can put on a t-shirt or have in a banner that's really simple, your strap line. You then break that down into thematic strategic objectives. There are 12 of those objectives. They deal with clean seas, healthy seas, climate resilient seas. And we've seen that creep into the articulation of the convention. How will we deal with climate, for example? Those 12 strategic objectives, which are just, you know, an articulation of that hope and the vision, they become 54 operational objectives. And those 54 operational objectives turn into hundreds of tasks, which is a huge implementation challenge, but at least you're moving towards this sort of accountability. By this date, we will do a thing that will make something better, and we will measure the result and report on it. So that's a real kind of, you know, there was a real challenge to get that done during COVID. We agreed that about 12 months ago. 5 minutes, I'm gonna pick this up, sorry. Okay, this is the most important thing, right? It's the people, okay? So these are the heads of delegation and the heads of those committees. This is really important. If you don't have the people and the network of people, and one thing I would say to the people, the students, particularly in this room, the network you make here in the university will be very important for you in the future. Those people go to a whole lot of other arrangements. They go to BBNJ in New York. Some of them go to the London Protocol. Others go to OSPAR, they go to HELCOM. So that network of people is really important. But we're all different, okay? So we have about 14 languages. We've used 2 operationally. Some want high levels of protection. Other countries want to earn a living from the sea. Some think they need to be able to pollute. Others think there should be no pollution. And of course, everybody wants somebody else to pay for it. So there's a saying in English, it's called trying to herd cats. So cats are independently minded, but sometimes you need to try and herd cats, okay? Science and policy, this is one of the challenges. So we're just going to move on to some of the challenges on delivery, okay? So we have here, you know, this trust dynamic. So we have scientists who feel very accountable because their evidence is peer reviewed and reported on. And then politicians who feel they have a mandate from the public. So in between these two, we put that structure of the commission, okay? And we try and, you know, set a framework for what the evidence is. We want independent scientific advice in a policy context. And don't forget, policy is what society wants, okay? So, you know, that is, that's a simplification of it, but that's what it is, okay? We never have enough knowledge, and this is worth accepting when you're dealing with the marine environment, okay? You must always make decisions in an uncertain environment. We have these principles enshrined in the convention, but the last one, the adaptive management, is one that I've included myself, because that annual meeting cycle, that development and articulation of a strategy, that shows you how to adapt. So take a small step, review it, monitor, see what's happened next, produce a quality status report on the health of the environment. So that adaptive management piece is really, really important. Okay, I've heard of fragmentation, okay, and overlapping in different competencies. Now, we've dealt with this in the Northeast Atlantic. Could we do more? I think we could. We have a collective arrangement with other competent bodies, okay? And this is where we have overlapping competencies or jurisdictional issues, and we need to cooperate to share information, to share programs, and to design solutions that will work together, okay? But the bottom line is you have to make friends. So that's a list of the memoranda our OSPAR has. So this is really a memoranda saying, you know, we're going to work on something together. Some of these are similar sea conventions, others are global bodies. Some of them have overlapping competencies or jurisdictional issues with us, but that's the takeaway. It's a constant work in progress, okay? Nobody has a monopoly on knowledge. That's really important. And nobody has a monopoly on good solutions either, okay? So non-state actors. So we heard from David from Greenpeace in the previous session. David is one of our most vocal contributors, okay? And it's really important because non-state actors from the NGO sector, for example, hold you accountable and they increase your transparency. From commercial sectors, they help you design better solutions. You will get a better solution and a more stepwise solution, for example, on cooperation with the oil and gas industry, on specialist chemicals, on seabed cables. So opening your door to others is really important, and they have a role in OSPAR. We have, I think, 65 observer organizations, okay? Can they take action on their own? Yes, but what's the accountability structure for them? Who holds them to account? Okay, that's something that we still need to tease out, I think. Okay, this is just an example. That dark red area there in the screen, that was a 600,000 square kilometer marine protected area put in place last year, being further expanded by next year, we hope. That was proposed by an environmental charity. They collected the data. That just gives you an idea of what you can do when you collaborate with others, okay? It went through a lot of work. That took 5 years, but it can be done, as I suppose the takeaway, okay? So last two slides. What's next? I've heard some of these now. I wrote my slides. I finished them this morning, but others said these, right? You've climate is this huge issue coming at us. What's our role? What do we do? But do we just tell the story or do we do something else? Energy, we see the growth of renewables. We see the downscaling of oil and gas, or maybe its emergence where it hadn't been expected before. What's the regulatory framework around those? The cumulative impacts, the decommissioning challenges, the hunt for resources. We heard about deep seabed mining. What will that do? Space industry, the use of marine areas for launch. What's that going to do? And then the novel pollutants. And then we have this triple planetary crisis. And that leads me to one last thing. And this is looking into the middle of the 21st century. So I heard from the president this morning, this need for people's individual actions. How do we have individual actions when we have global problems? People get existentially frozen. I can't do anything. It's a global crisis. We have wicked problems. All the simple problems are gone. We're now both creating the plastic problem and trying to solve it. Okay, so we must think about that. Okay, and then this is a big, big issue. These are long-term problems. Ocean ecosystems take decades, centuries, millennia. Okay, but we are working in economic cycles and political cycles that demand crisis response. How do you tell those two stories? How do you deal with those in terms of answer provision? That's really important, okay? And then, of course, we think 10 years is normal for us to do our work in OSPAR. We have ministers and we've had the public who demand a solution within months. How do you accelerate delivery inside in a stable governance structure? Okay, and of course, geopolitics and the rise of unilateralism. Those are, I think, universal and not just related to the oceans. And that's how you say thank you in Irish. That's Bear Bua Agus Gurav Mila Mahaguk Delair. So you see, language is important. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for this very interesting presentation. And in particular, I mean, knowing more about OSPAR is one thing, but I think the most interesting part was, you know, about how decisions are being made. I think this process is something that students should take away with them, and the importance of having a variety of actors involved in the decision process. We will continue with a presentation by Professor David Freestone, who will be online. He is going to present us the Sargasso Sea Commission, which is another type of regional approach. Professor, I see you're online, and I will introduce you and recall that you are a professorial lecturer and visiting scholar at George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C. You are the executive secretary of the Sargasso Sea Commission, established by the government of Bermuda, pursuant to the 2014 Hamilton Declaration on Collaboration for the Conservation of the Sargasso Sea. And this agreement is now signed by 10 governments. It is working to protect this unique high seas ecosystem. You have also been active in different capacities, and in particular, you worked at the World Bank between 1996 and 2008. And you retired from the World Bank as Deputy General Counsel, Senior Advisor. You have also been a visiting professor of comparative law and jurisprudence at the George Washington University Law School. Professor, we will move on to your presentation, which I think is recorded, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and
the organizers will play it for us.
We will get back to you later on. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, this is David Freestone. I'm sorry not to be with you in Malmo this afternoon. I'm afraid family circumstances have prevented it, but I'm very honored to have been invited to contribute to this panel. And I'm going to talk to you with a large number of slides in 15 minutes about the Sargasso Sea Commission and a presentation I've called in deference to the moving forward at 50, that navigating into uncharted waters. Before I actually start my content, I just wanted to pay, this session is under the rubric of the Stockholm Declaration, and I wanted just to pay homage to the very far-sighted principles which are enunciated in the 72 Convention as perhaps a little bit anthropocentric for our current sensibilities, but you know, the principles 2 to 7 are absolutely bang on target for what we're going to be talking about. You know, the renewability of the importance of renewable resources, you know, the carrying capacity of the earth and the ocean, of course, the importance of wildlife and habitat protection, as well as pollution of the oceans. So very appropriate, and I'm delighted to be on this panel. So what I'm going to talk about today is something about the Sargasso Sea. For those of you who haven't heard me talk about this, where is it and why is it important? A few words about the Sargasso Sea Commission, its origin and its mandate, and then I'll finish up with some words about the new work which we're doing, which I think is truly innovative, financed by the Global Environment Facility. So first of all, where is the Sargasso Sea? So this is a really interesting organogram. The Sargasso Sea is in the northwest subtropical gyre around the islands of Bermuda. Important for a number of reasons, less so for fishing, but largely because of the algae, the golden algae we call of the sargassum, which is held in place by the waters of the gyre, the currents of the gyre, and creates really a unique high seas ecosystem with large numbers of endemic species, as well as the important role it plays in the life cycle of many. It's important for cetaceans, billfishes, tunas as well, commercial species like tunas, turtles particularly, where spend their early days in the Atlantic turtles. They spend their early days in the sargassum and provide some shelter, and really an amazing role in the life cycle of the anguillid eels, the European and American anguillid eels, which are catadromous, so they live most of their life times actually in fresh and brackish water, and then they migrate thousands of miles. The European eels maybe 3,000 miles to this area south of Bermuda, where they spawn and die, and then the small leptocephali hatched eggs and find their way back in the currents. The European eels back to Europe, and the American eels back to the mainland of the Americas, but also the big islands of the Caribbean. And the eel trade is particularly important and valuable for the sushi trade. Of course, sargassum itself also plays an invaluable and important role in carbon sequestration and in the sort of health of the planet, as well as the ocean ecosystems. It's interesting I'll show some pictures of the biology, but it's also interesting from a governance point of view, because it's a high seas, the area that we're interested in, and this is the little egg shape here I have in the graphic. That's our area of collaboration. It's at high seas. This is excluding the EZ of Bermuda. Just to the north, on the north, above 34 north, there is the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization. There is no other fisheries organization south of that line there with Bermuda until we get down to the Southeast Fisheries Organization, General Fisheries Organization, that is, until we get down to the Southeast Atlantic. So this is a general fisheries convention, if you like, a lacuna in the system. ICAT, of course, the International Convention of the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, has jurisdiction over the whole of the Atlantic, although it's not bothered itself yet with the Sargasso Sea. And then we have the IMO, which I should have perhaps said first. I did put it first on the list, particularly at this conference, which of course has global competence in relation to maritime transport and vessel source pollution, and also the Seabed Authority, which has granted 3 concessions on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge to the east of the Sargasso Sea, of our core area of the Sargasso Sea. Yesterday, that's on Monday, was a holiday celebrated with some ambivalence in many places in the United States, called variously Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day. It's unfashionable to say that Columbus discovered much or anything, but he certainly was the first to see the sargassum weed. And he said this is in 20th of September 1492, which is actually 530 years ago and 3 weeks. He encountered weed in some places so thick that it actually held back the ships. I thought this is quite an interesting point to flag this up. So we've known about it since then, and they were the sailors who named it Sargasso. A number of endemics, I'll show you some pictures of these, which are adapted to live within the sargassum, including the sargassum frogfish, which is a voracious predator of some 4 or 5 centimeters long. Crabs, which are adapted to actually swim in the sargassum. I've mentioned billfishes, turtles, cetaceans, and tunas. This is the spawning area of both rostrata, which is the American eel, and anguilla, which is the European eel. We've never been witnessed. This is the sort of the area that this is the migration area for the adult eels from Europe to this area here. The only way we've actually been able to work this out is, and it's surmise really, is by retrofitting, if you're working out, catching the small leptocephali, and as they grow, here you see the rings 10, 15, 20, 25, working out that's where they spawned. So it's never been witnessed. We don't know whether this is a single couplings or a group activity. It's an interesting sort of scientific conundrum. Number of within a very interesting history. So the human impacts on the Sargasso Sea, which the Stockholm Declaration reminds us of, the main ones I think are still climate change, are obviously climate change and ocean acidification. And I'll be saying something about this in a minute, but the Bermuda Institute for Ocean Science has 2 stations with the longest time series in the world monitoring these. So the Sargasso Sea has been called a canary in the coal mine, in that it's going to warn us of the impacts of these phenomenon earlier than elsewhere, because we've got such a good record of it. It's already disturbing. Plastics are now, we know about this, but the impacts of plastics are really substantial because they're being held in place by the gyre. So on a conference on shipping, I should also say something about the impacts of on sargassum from vessel movements, and we were looking at quantifying this. This is a 2 million square mile ecosystem, but it's in one of the busiest, at the bottom corner here, one of the busiest shipping areas, really. It's between the Americas and Europe, and of course the route to the Panama Canal, which has recently doubled in size. So I've got some data on that. Heavy traffic itself, we looked at those mats which mentioned by Columbus. There's no chance that modern vessels will be held back by the mats, but they obviously have some impact on breaking them up. Pollution still and spills, with some evidence of this. There's been a radical reduction in oil pollution in terms of tar balls because of the MARPOL regulation, so that's a great success, I think. But there is evidence of other spills and other discharges, particularly exotic species which are found on the amongst some of the sargassum mats. There's growing fishing activity. There wasn't when we started this project 12 years ago, but that's growing. We're a little concerned about the impacts of plumes from seabed mining if it goes ahead in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And we've looked at underwater cables. I should mention it, but because it's sort of growing, there are 18 networks that go across the Atlantic, but they seem benign. So the aims of the project, which was set up in 2010, led by the government of Bermuda, with the support of the UK, of course, to achieve international recognition of the importance of the Sargasso Sea and to work with existing international and sectoral organizations to achieve better protection in accordance with the law of the Sea Convention, which of course why I mentioned the governance issue, and to use this as an indication of what can be done in the current regime of the ABNJ, linked towards the discussions for the new treaty, which is nearing completion, we hope. And see, you have Ambassador Rena Lee with you, and nice to shout out and say hello to her. In 2014, our first big political success was the signing of the Hamilton Declaration on Collaboration for the Conservation of the Sargasso Sea. That's Sylvia Earle, who's celebrating it at that time. We now have 10 government signatories, and I say government advisedly. These are not sovereign states, not all of them anyway. The Azores, the Bahamas, Bermuda, the BVI, Canada, the Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, Monaco, UK, and the United States, and a number of other states have been very close collaborators, Netherlands particularly, and also Sweden, who came to the meeting, as did South Africa, and more recently France. Now, so a number of other I should also mention Belgium and Portugal, which were involved in early stage. So we've got a number of, if you like, fellow travellers who are have been supportive. Very light structure for this, a political declaration, not a treaty. So we have regular meetings of the signatories now with COVID every couple of months. Sargasso Sea Commission is unusual in that it's an independent body, experts appointed in their personal capacity by the government of Bermuda on the recommendations of the signatories. And then we have a small secretariat. Looking, half of them is with you. These are our current commissioners, including just the addition last week of Professor Murray Roberts. A lot of organizations we have to work with. I mean, this is part of the actual work of IC's governance, is that there are a lot of bodies with various responsibilities and also interests. And we have a fantastic range of collaborating partners, number of premier research institutions, as well as NGOs and other supporters. So with the things that we've been looking at over the last 12 years, the recognition of the importance of it, fisheries and fisheries habitat conservation, we've been looking at impacts of international shipping, impacts of seafloor, conservation of migratory species, and then data management. So if you like, a real turning point for us is this approval in 2022 of a GF finance project, which we call rather cleverly, but it's, look at this, strengthening the stewardship, which is a phrase we use because we don't have legal powers, of an economically and biologically significant high seas area, which is the Sargasso Sea, funded by the GF, part of a FAO program with the UNDP as the implementing agency and UNDP as the implementing agency and UNESCO as the executing agency. Key components for this, it's a four-year project, $3 million, is the development of an ecosystem diagnostic analysis. And this is based on the transboundary ecosystem diagnostics, which have been done by a large number of large marine ecosystem projects by UNDP, particularly with the GF over the years. This is the first high seas ecosystem. It's a baseline. And then we're going to develop a roadmap for developing ecosystem-based approaches to governance, and which will find its concrete manifestation, if you like, in a program which will be an agreed program with all our partners and stakeholders, defining management and stewardship measures which will go forward, which would include looking at the areas that I mentioned, as well as a significant knowledge management, monitoring evaluation component. So this is the first GF financed high seas ecosystem diagnostic. So there we go into unnavigated waters. Never been done before. So we're feeling our way with this fairly gingerly. We're modeling it on work which has been done on transboundary systems. We have 4 key implementing partners, 3 of whom are actually financed by a grant from the French Global Environment Facility, the FFEM, and one of them which is self-financed, which is the NASA coverage project, which is using the Sargasso Sea as a pilot for all the remote sensing data that it's actually produced over the years, and is processing them. And you can look at the website, really interesting. And there's already something of a platform where you can look at the data that they have over a 15-year period, and there's vessel tracking and also animal tracking involved in that as well. So that's a very useful and analytic tool, as well as possible governance tool. And that's been taken, these are the 3 partners who are financed by the French, Duke University Marine Geospatial Ecology Lab, which is actually developing a really interactive portal. So we can look at human impacts, and then look at on an ecosystem basis and use it for assessment, as I said, and for governance. And the Imperial College London's Centre for Environmental Policy is developing this DIPSIA approach, which is drivers, impact, pressures, etc. responses, which is a sort of analytic tool to help us move forward with that. And I already mentioned the Bermuda Institute of Ocean Science, which is a state-of-art, we're doing a report for us on the state-of-the-art of the oceanography of the Sargasso Sea, which is of significant global significance, I think, really, in terms of to be looking at climate change and impacts. A lot of work already been done. We had our own chapter in the World Ocean Assessment in 2016, and that was updated in 2021. It's the only named ecosystem. I mean, there's coral reefs and seagrass beds, etc., but this is Sargasso Sea is the only named ecosystem in that report. We've been working, again, with support from the government of Sweden through IUCN on this issue of high seas governance and the use of big data and artificial intelligence. So all this huge amount of data which has been collected by very many agencies over the years, and which we can be used more effectively for governance. So that, I think, is we're regarding ourselves as a pilot. So this is also, nobody has done this before. We've already done quite a lot of work on maritime transport, Spectra, over the years, and the shipping, and particularly the cruise ship industry and its impacts in Bermuda. As part of the work package that we've actually been developing with Duke are actually looking at the remote sensing of sargassum. So they think this can be done. This is real cutting edge work. This is where they are so far. So it's not very obvious, but you can see in the bottom right here some evidence of the sargassum. That's based on the chlorophyll analysis, and with sharper resolution and more data, that will be sharpened up. So we can actually see some of the areas where, and bear that in mind when you look at the next slide, because the next slide is dealing with the actual vessel transport. So this slide is really interesting. This is a 30-second clip which shows a month of activity by vessels reporting every hour of their AIS positions in January of 2020. It's interesting, I think, A, for the volume, given that this is an area, quite very remote area, but also the fact that they already seems to be, the majority of these vessels seem to be finding their own routes. There are already, if you like, de facto routing measures in place. So we can see that across, from Florida across to the Mediterranean, and of course lines down to the southern area, which is the entrance to the Panama Canal. All right, so that brings me to the final slide. So I was saying, again, echoing the title of your conference, going forward, going boldly, where no project has gone before, without splitting an infinitive. And these are things I just highlight, which are really, I think, going to be really interesting and useful for us, but also, I think, globally of significance. We're piloting the use of big data and artificial intelligence, which is used in many other fields, but now has not yet been applied, I think, to ocean governance. Willing to stand corrected. This is the first ecosystem diagnostic which has been financed by the GF. It might not be the first of ever a high sea system, but it might be, but it's certainly the GF was first. And this will also be the first strategic action program for a high seas ecosystem, where the stakeholders, which include our state and government parties, as well as others, will have to agree to a program to develop conservation measures. And then particularly important, I think, for this meeting, and you saw the comments about the busy traffic on the high seas, we hope to be the first to propose a high seas, particularly sensitive sea areas, the IMO. We just can't, clearly this requires a lot of resources to get it together to put a convincing case forward. All this BSSA applications do, and we also require a champion. So we now got the first, and I think through our signatories, we have the potential for the second as well, but we'll also require a great deal of collaboration with our colleagues in IMO. So again, I'm sorry that I've not been able to present this in person, but I hope to be available for questions and look forward to those. So my thanks for your attention, and thanks to Faye, my Marine Research Fellow, for all her work on the technical part of this.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor, for this very interesting presentation, and in particular for the possible developments that you mentioned with your last slides, which are really showing us that more can be done in this very specific area. I suggest that we move on to the second part of our panel with our commentators, who are will be speaking to us remotely. The first commentator is Professor Rosemary Ray-Hughes. She is Emerita Scienta Professor in International Law in the Faculty of Law and Justice at UNSW Sydney, Australia, where she developed and led the public international law program from 1994 to 2020. Professor Rayfuse is a fellow of the Academy of the Social Sciences in Australia, and she has held visiting and conjoint appointments at university around the world, including both Lund University and the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. Her research area is the public international law in general, and more specifically, the law of the sea and international environmental law. And she has published various papers and publications on the issues of ocean governance, protection of the marine environment in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and the normative effects of climate change on international law. Professor Rayfuse is a member of the joint group of experts of the scientific aspects of marine environmental protection, GSAMT, and member of the IUCN Commission on Environmental Law and the International Law Association Committee on International Law and Sea Level Rise. Professor, you are with us. Yeah, I can see you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's a real pleasure to be invited to comment on the presentations that have been made by Mr. Cronin and Professor Freestone, although I do so at 1:45 in the morning, so I may not be at my best. In the spirit of a conference that is both celebrating 50 years of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration and looking to the future, I didn't want to deal on the nitty-gritty of the presentations, but rather to zoom out, and that pun is intended, to reflect on some of the more general themes that have emerged since the adoption of those instruments and the manner in which the two regional bodies discussed here reflect the current and future development of those themes today. So starting with the 1972 Stockholm Declaration, as we know, it represented the first major global effort to move environmental issues generally into the global arena. Prior to its adoption, matters relating to protection of the environment at the international level had been regulated, to the extent that they were regulated at all, by an increasingly diverse number of regional and sector-specific treaties. The importance of the Stockholm Declaration lay in its definition of the environment as an area of international concern, and in the years immediately prior to and following its adoption, a dizzying and highly fragmented array of global and regional treaties were adopted, addressing a wide range of environmental issues, including, importantly, in the context of the global marine environment, the London Convention, MARPOL, and of course, the Law of the Sea Convention, Part 12 of which definitively codified the fundamental obligation binding on all states to protect and preserve the marine environment, and set out the competences with respect to the adoption of national and international measures in support of this obligation, and then also provided a framework for their endorsement. I'm sorry, but I seem to be getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if I'm coming across clearly, but hopefully I am. Now, of course, the problem of fragmentation.
It's fine.
Oh, thank you. The problem of fragmentation did not originate with the Stockholm Declaration, but it's certainly true that the Stockholm Declaration and what happened in its aftermath really didn't do anything to reduce fragmentation. But if we look at the London Convention now, which, as we know, was also adopted in 1972, we immediately see that its adoption reflected the internationalist or globalist zeitgeist of the time. The London Convention was the first global instrument to regulate the general disposal of waste at sea. But a reading of the London Convention suggests that its mandate extended beyond mere dumping of waste. If we look at Article 1 of the Convention, we see that it obliges parties to individually and collectively promote the effective control of all sources of pollution of the marine environment, in addition to taking specific measures to prevent dumping of wastes and other matter. And under Article 12 of the Convention, the parties pledged to promote the protection of the marine environment from, among other things, vessel source pollution, radioactive pollutants from all sources, agents of chemical and biological warfare, and waste from seabed mining. Now, the point here is that it's clear that from the outset, the mandate of the London Convention was a broad and potentially flexible one, which has been further expanded through the adoption of the 1996 London Protocol, which not only modernizes the dumping regime and is ultimately intended not just to supplement, but to in fact replace the London Convention. But it has also provided the basis for expansion of the regime to the regulation of offshore carbon dioxide sequestration and marine geoengineering activities as climate mitigation measures. So the London regime is now playing a leading role, in fact, in mediating the ocean climate nexus and in regulating the exploitation of the ocean and the seabed as a CO2 sink and a means to mitigate atmospheric climate change. Other issues on the current agenda of the regime that ostensibly challenge its traditional focus include marine litter and microplastics, seabed mining, the discharge of radioactive wastewater from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, noise, the deposition of materials jettisoned during the launch of space vehicles. So while formal regulation of these matters under the regime seems unlikely at present, the fact of their discussion evidences a desire on the part of at least some of the parties to continue to extend the reach of the regime, even if only informally. And so while we can see in any analysis of the Stockholm Declaration and the London Conventions, multiple themes will emerge. The themes that I've highlighted are those of fragmentation and flexibility and innovation in the face of regulatory gaps. And as we have heard from Mr. Cronin and Professor Freestone, these themes are clearly reflected in the OSPAR and Sargasso Sea Commission experiences. If we look at the OSPAR Commission, we've heard how it evolved from its origins in the separate and distinct Oslo and Paris regimes into a unified regime that represented a new approach to the protection of the marine environment by seeking to regulate all sources of marine pollution and to ensure the protection and conservation of marine ecosystems and biological diversity, all in a single instrument. So in this respect, the OSPAR Convention itself was innovative. And as we've heard, the Commission continues to expand its reach and its considerations in innovative ways and to new and emerging issues. One interesting innovation was the adoption by OSPAR of the world's first network of high seas marine protected areas. And of course, that kind of innovation brings with it many challenges, not the least of which is dealing with other organizations with complementary and different competences. It has to be remembered that OSPAR's competence does not extend to fisheries, shipping, or seabed mining. So to adopt those MPAs, OSPAR had to work with other organizations, in particular the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission, to ensure a commonality of regulation in common areas. As it happens, the areas don't entirely precisely overlap, and the parties to NIAFC are not necessarily the same parties to OSPAR, but there's very close collaboration. I believe Mr. Cronin referred to OSPAR as a cooperation or a collaboration agreement writ large. And the challenge of dealing with all of the different parties and making friends with all of the parties, all of the states and other actors that are needed to make these innovative steps work is an ongoing one. Now, if we look at the Sargasso Sea Commission, we can see that it's the veritable poster child for innovative, creative lawmaking in the absence of a coherent, unified regional or indeed global regime. From a legal regulatory perspective, the problems for the Sargasso Sea are first that it straddles both EEZ areas that are subject to national jurisdiction and high seas areas. And second, for the Commission itself, that these high seas areas are already subject to a number of global and regional sectoral management regimes, which Professor Freestone has highlighted. And even when taken together, these regimes do not provide holistic protection for the marine biodiversity and the environment of the Sargasso Sea. And we know that for many years now, the international community has entertained hopes of achieving agreement on a unified approach to the protection of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. But we also know that there has been an ongoing failure to reach agreement on any new internationally legally binding agreement on the protection of biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So in that respect, and in the absence of that agreement, any BBNJ agreement, the Hamilton Declaration and the work of the Sargasso Sea Commission provide very important precedents in the organization and conduct of cooperation between and among the existing fragmented range of players in the area. In fact, I would suggest that whereas OSPAR is a cooperation agreement that requires cooperation and collaboration within itself, the Sargasso Sea Commission and the Hamilton Declaration, it's a collaboration agreement on steroids, because it's talking about collaboration and cooperation beyond itself, pulling together a whole range of other cooperative agreements into some sort of a much larger cooperation in the absence of any formal regulatory structures. And I find absolutely intriguing the notion mentioned at the end by Professor Freestone that the work of the Commission may lead to a proposal to the IMO for the first high seas PSSA, or particularly sensitive sea area, is an extremely exciting one. I mean, it's exciting on two levels. First of all, PSSAs are themselves an innovative concept originating from sources beyond, shall we say, the strict letter of the law, from any treaty law. But they have also not yet been applied in the high seas context. So we have a double innovation as opposed to a split infinitive or a double negative. So looking to the future, the experience of the Sargasso Sea Commission, I think, may well pave the way for new forms of defragmenting cooperation in protection of the marine environment in the future. At least one can only hope that that will be the case. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Intervention which really wrapped up the debate as we had it so far. We will move on to our second commentator, Dr. Rodriguez-Chavez, who is online as well. Dr. Rodriguez-Chavez has more than 15 years of experience working with environmental, non-governmental organizations, and as an independent consultant on diverse environmental topics. She has a law degree and a master's degree in environmental law from the University of Costa Rica, and a PhD from the National University of Ireland, Galway. Currently, she is a postdoctoral fellow researcher in the Empowering Women for the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development program here at the WMU-Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. Other among activities, Dr. Chavez, can I give you the floor for some remarks on our exchanges today?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And also thanks to Madam President, to Professor Long and the World Maritime University colleagues for the invitation to participate in this panel. As well, thanks to the speakers for their very interesting presentations and for the valuable comments of Dr. Rayfuse. So I wanted to focus my intervention on some key points. First, starting with one of the most revolutionary achievements of the Stockholm Declaration, which was asserting the state's responsibilities to ensure that activities within their jurisdiction or control do not cause damage to the environment of other states, but also of areas beyond national jurisdiction. So in this regard, I would like to narrow down my intervention, focusing on these two regional examples, OSPAR and the Sargasso Sea, through the lens of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty that has been already mentioned by Dr. Rayfius, which is currently under negotiation at the United Nations, and that also provides a global approach that could benefit and assist the regional frameworks that are currently in place, but others that are under development as the Sargasso Sea. Starting with the OSPAR Convention, as we have heard from the first speaker, it has evolved over the past years from two regional seas treaties addressing land-based pollution and dumping at sea, and it has set an important international example on how best to adopt and implement a collaborative regulatory framework at the regional level, also emphasizing on the conservation of marine biodiversity through the application of scientific and normative tools, the adoption of legally binding decisions, recommendations, and agreements, which are backed by the oversight and reporting schemes applied and enforced by their contracting parties. The willingness to cooperate and coordinate on marine environmental matters is a key feature of OSPAR and its governance arrangements. And it is also one of the key elements that the BBNJ agreement has within its heart, which is to enhance cooperation and coordination between the treaty and the competent frameworks in the high seas. How? Well, through consultations processes, in the establishment of marine protected areas, or in the conduct of environmental impact assessments, also to enhance science cooperation across organizations and institutions, and sharing of information through a clearinghouse mechanism, among other elements of the BBNJ Treaty. Other key component within the BBNJ Treaty, it's the environmental impact assessment as a topic that OSPAR also has been working on for many years. However, I think there's the consideration of cumulative impacts of human activities in the conduct of EIAs. It's an element that still needs to be further developed in the regional frameworks dealing with biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Now I want to move forward onto the Sargasso Sea, which from a scientific perspective shares many similarities also with the Costa Rica Dome, that it's another oceanographic feature that we have in the Eastern Tropical Pacific. Both examples include ambulatory ecological boundaries, dynamic ecosystems that provide habitats, spawning areas, migration pathways, and feeding grounds for different endangered but also commercially important species, among other features. The advancement of governance arrangements for the Sargasso Sea over the past decade makes it an ideal candidate as well for future application of the many substantive provisions of the BBNJ Treaty. Additionally, nearly all conservation measures to protect the high seas biodiversity involve science. And I think that Professor Freestone has evidence what are these next steps within the Sargasso Sea and how to build information from the high seas, which is not an easy task, but also has a critical role in developing baseline information to inform decision-making processes at the regional and the global level. In closing, global and regional frameworks have complementary roles to play in protecting and managing anthropogenic impacts on the marine environment. And it is crucial to strengthen mechanisms for effective cooperation between competent frameworks to ensure the long-term sustainability of biodiversity and ecosystems on the high seas. So thank you very much, and I will leave my intervention here. Thanks.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Doctor. I think that since we only have about 10 minutes left, we will move on right away to a Q&A session. I would like maybe first to check that the audience is still awakened and ready to ask questions. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniela Andrade from Ecuador. My question is for Mr. Cronin. Towards the end of your presentation, you spoke about the challenges that need to be addressed in the future in the marine environment. And some of these challenges need to address faster as per like the region interest, the commission interest. So my question is, how would you, from the commission perspective, how do you address this at a global level to reach a consensus for like a standard? Because within the region, there's going to be seaborne that is going to be executed by most countries, but not just the region countries, like the whole world. How would you do that? Because not everyone has the same interests or capabilities. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give you my own personal reflection on this because I also participated as part of a European group in a coordinated way in New York. But I think that if you were to look at a global framework, whatever it's going to be, the biodiversity instrument or any global framework, and you look at the challenge of delivery on it, you have people closest to the problem. So within a framework, some sort of legal framework or some sort of construct and the delivery on that legal framework, you will need to bring the actors closest to the problem. So geographically closest, also those who are participating maybe unintentionally creating that harm, okay? And they will need to collaborate most closely with the resolution of that, with the solving of that problem. But that applies in, whether you go to, if you look at a business approach and you franchise a delivery. I mean, why does McDonald's taste the same everywhere around the world? Because it's a standard and it's franchised out. So I wouldn't suggest that we do that with global ocean issues, okay? But you have to think about what's the overall operating framework, the standard you're looking for, and then how do you, within an oversight, because if you look at the framework I showed you there for OSPAR, there's an accountability structure there. So you get high performance at a scientific level, accountable then up through the process of the organization, so that you actually can chart your progress forward. To me, the bigger issue is we have say annual meeting cycles of all these big arrangements, all these regional and global arrangements. But we have pressure to have very fast responses, much faster than annual responses. And data in the oceans is hard to come by. So that means we have to take bigger decisions, but less information, which brings with it risks. So that's something that we still haven't cracked the nut on. Thanks.
Many thanks. I will give the floor to Professor Freestone as well on this topic. Professor?
All right, thank you. Yes, indeed. I hope that you can hear me now, right? Good. Yeah, no, I think this is absolutely right. I think that what we're looking at is, if you like, Mr. Cronin was talking about franchising, but it's like global standards which we can implement at a regional level. So I think that's, I certainly would endorse his general approach. Let me just comment on a question on a point that Rosemary Rafus raised as well. She called us collaboration on steroids. I mean, I think that actually OSPAR is a really good model. We're, in a sense, modeled ourselves on what we hope to achieve rather than what we have already achieved. OSPAR's already there, and ours is mainly aspirational. They have a lot more resources, they have a lot more experience as well. And certainly, we have a collaboration agreement back from 2002 with OSPAR. We're just looking at ways of updating it to an MOU with the Commission, and certainly the collaboration framework they've established is called the Madeira process, where they brought in all the competent authorities, is a great model for us to be using, because then we can actually. It's with the BBNJ agreement is not talking about a supranational system which will impose rules on all the existing organizations. That's that's what the respecting the competences of organizations rubric is important in that respect. So what we're looking at is collaboration in accordance with, if you like, those best international practices. So thanks for allowing me to say something.
Thank you, Professor. If I don't know whether the commentators want to react on this question, or we move to another question. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Where? Sorry.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yeah,
I'm Pankaj Kumar from India.
And thank you, Mr. Cronin and Professor Freestone for keeping us awake. We have not felt a moment sleepy. Now, and thank you for the description what you gave for OSPAR and Sargasso Sea Commission. My question is to Richard Cronin, because now Professor Theocrides is going to put us through exam also on Monday. In case of environmental law, what do you think, in your personal opinion, is it the policy role of state or the role of NGOs, which Professor Theocrides says non-state actors, or the scientific research, the findings or reports? What, in your opinion, is most important, which drives this into environmental issues around the world? And do you think that they are different in case of an organization which is based in Europe, or some issues which is in, say, a Southeast Asian country, or a reason which is there?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for that question. The simple answer is they're all really important. Of course, they're all because then they all feel good about it. It does depend on where in the cycle of problem identification and resolution you are. So if you take something that 20 years ago we weren't really talking about publicly, marine debris, marine litter, and you could the evolution of that from about 2005 through the 2010s to where we are now, looking down the barrel of a global treaty on plastics. You see in that sort of evolutionary cycle, you see there's a role for each of those different actors. So for non-state actors to maybe bring it to the attention of the public, that then drives maybe a political discourse on something. We quickly need a solution, and then you may potentially have a move in for a structure to work on resolving it. So you can see how that is, that's a simple example I give there. But in terms of the final delivery of a solution, I would suggest that you will need some sort of high-level political mandate. So I referenced the OSPAR ministerial. That gives us a strong enough mandate to implement. And then you need a structure that delivers a solution that people will actually go and implement, okay? There's no monopoly, as I said, on knowledge. So whoever can help, including the plastics industry, for example, in that example I gave there, they should all be at the table. The more people delivering on a solution in a structure, the better. Then does it change based on your geography? There will be different socioeconomic aspects based on what the priorities are for a region. You might as well be real about that and accept that. It may mean that you have different sorts of solutions being delivered in different timescales. But one of the things, you know, we'd say talent borrows and genius steals. So the smarter you are, the more you'll steal from others who've solved the problem already. So I'd leave you with that thought, you know, not for your exams, don't do it for your exams, but for when you hit the real world.
Any other question from the audience here? Yes.
I'm Islam Gad from Egypt. My question is for Professor Freestone, and also for the purpose of the exam. I would like to know how the Sargasso Sea Commission is piloting the big data and AI, especially in the topic of the ocean governance.
Professor.
Okay, yes, and I've only got a couple of minutes left, and I've an excellent question with a very difficult answer. We've actually got a report which you can look on our website, which I showed you the cover of, which you might be worth looking at. And we're a pilot, I think, so we're very keen to sort of explore this in more detail. But the basic agenda is that we use artificial intelligence and large databases in everyday life. You know, if you are a social media follower, you know, that's basically huge data. If you access information, if you're a follower of Facebook, you suddenly start getting adverts for things that you thought you didn't really realize anybody else knew you were interested in. That's all this data processing, right? Well, we use it for things like control of traffic signals, you know, to maintain flow of traffic in big cities. We use it for all these different systems. But it hasn't as yet been systematically applied in relation to the issues that we're concerned with high seas governance, particularly because it is such a remote area, and whether, as Mr. Cronin said, that the data is so difficult to get hold of. So remote sensing is a tremendous asset for this, and with the huge amounts of data that are produced before you get anything of value. So you saw that was one, that one little clip I showed you, which was 30 seconds. That is an enormous amount of data goes into that. Every hour, each of those vessels was reporting every hour for a month. And if you try to do that for a year, well, we will do it for a year, but it will take a huge amount of time. And then we can sort of map out things like routing measures. We can map out areas of importance, etc. So I think it's a great unresolved, it's a great sort of untapped resource, which we are hoping to explore. So I hope you'll follow up. Have a look at, we did a very interesting website. We have a workshop on it, virtual workshop, since recording is actually on our website. We had a lot of very distinguished contributors, including from WMU, and you know, I think we hope that we can actually sort of make some advances to help everybody in this room. So thanks again for the question.
Thank you, Professor. As we have only 1 minute left, I would like to know whether our commentator would like to add a word. It's up to you. Otherwise, I will thank you all very, very much online or in the room for your cooperation for this panel, and wish everyone a nice evening, morning, night. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very much.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Thanks so much. Nice to see you all.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ronán. We've reached the final, but very last but not least, a very excellent keynote, as you can see in the program. And without further ado, I will wish to ask the President to come and introduce Ambassador Nancy Karigithu for her final keynote of today. Madam President.
So it's late, but not too late. So for the final keynote address, which is going to be given by Ambassador Nancy Karigithu. She's the Principal Secretary and Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy of the State Department for Maritime and Shipping Affairs, Kenya. She's going to talk to us about the implementation of the London Convention and the Stockholm Declaration, the case of Africa. And in that panel, following on from the introductory message from Ambassador Karigithu, we will have Professor Long and the rapporteur, Jose Manuel Pacheco Castillo. So without further ado, I want to welcome Ms. Karigithu, and let's all listen to her and the perspective that she'll give us from an African perspective, probably or not, but it doesn't really matter. Let's hear what you have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Distinguished speakers and panelists, WMU faculty, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by apologizing that due to unavoidable circumstances, I was unable to join you in Malmo today, but it gives me great pleasure to be part of this special event as we commemorate 50 years since the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention of Marine Pollution by Dumping of Wastes and Other Matter, 1972, alongside the 1972 United Nations Conference on the Environment that was held in Stockholm that year. Undeniably, the adoption of this instrument was a major milestone as it elevated environmental issues and placed them at the center stage. And therefore, this event to celebrate that convention accords us an opportunity a very important opportunity to reflect on how far we have come, as well as an opportunity to look at the milestones and achievements we have so far gained in protecting our oceans from pollution arising from dumping of waste. Allow me to say that we have witnessed continuously efforts towards elimination of dumping of certain types of waste and gradually making this regime more restrictive by promoting sound waste management and pollution prevention. We now have prohibitions in force for dumping of industrial and radioactive wastes, as well as for incineration at sea of industrial waste and sewage sludge. The development of different guidelines and risk assessment frameworks has helped countries in developing a wealth of experience regarding marine pollution prevention issues. The interpretation of the convention, as well as the protocol, licensing processes, compliance, and field monitoring activities. Regional efforts from the continent have also promoted sound waste management and pollution prevention, thus contributing to the success of the London Convention and Stockholm Declaration. The African Union Agenda 2063 sets sustainable natural resource management and biodiversity conservation as a priority area in Africa's blue economy. Further, the 2050 Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy, also known as the 2050 AIM Strategy, has identified the development of a mechanism to detect and prosecute cases of dumping of toxic waste in the African maritime domain, with the toughest positions for compensation as a fundamental strategic action to contribute to social economic development. Distinguished participants, dumping of wastes, however, remains a visible source of pollution which needs to be effectively tackled to better protect the marine environment. Dumped waste not only threatens the oceans we know, but also impacts on human and ecological health, biodiversity, and livelihoods. The environmental problems associated with the disposal of such dumped wastes include adverse impact on human health due to the presence of pathogens, eutrophication from nutrients and organics, toxic effects on marine organisms and all humans. And arising from this are the conflicts in the use of marine resources with other legitimate uses of the sea, which remain a challenge to most countries, especially in Africa. We are further confronted with emerging issues that threaten the sustainability of the oceans and on which we must take immediate action. Issues such as those presented by regulating climate change mitigation technologies, and also, just a minute, sorry. Ocean fertilization activities, marine geoengineering and carbon capture and sequestration are issues we must address with the urgency they deserved. So, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, 50 years have also shown us that banning ocean dumping is unfortunately not enough to eliminate that problem, as countries' application of international and regional regulations remains uneven. More effective governance of ocean dumping will require broader participation in and implementation of these agreements. Whereas the London Convention, its 1996 protocol, and some treaties have regulated dumping of some specific wastes, uneven adherence to ocean dumping rules has resulted in a piecemeal approach to guarding the waters that connect us. Evidence points out that ocean dumping is tightly controlled and regulated in some countries, but that's not the case in others. While some countries have not even ratified the London Convention and Protocol, this has led to uneven application of and adherence to the ocean dumping regime and the various international and regional instruments it entails, resulting in a disjointed approach to ocean dumping governance. Reporting, compliance, and enforcement challenges persist, with countries often not living up to their obligations in practice. Often countries that engage in illegal dumping lack the capacity to implement safe and sound dumping strategies. Thus, the need to encourage broader participation in and implementation of these agreements, which will determine the effectiveness of ocean dumping governance and foster uniform implementation of the convention. Indeed, the London Protocol in its preamble recognizes that the interests and capacities of developing countries, particularly small island developing states, which often lack the necessary resources to pursue development agendas and also properly dispose of their wastes and enforce regulations, must be recognized. The protocol also includes a provision promoting support for access to and the transfer of environmentally sound technology and know-how, and also adequate resources for implementation. And it is therefore necessary to keep alive the spirit of the convention and continue supporting the developing countries and small island states in order to effectively realize the benefits of the convention. Also, noting the synergies that exist between the London Convention and the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 14, Life Below Water, it is to be encouraged that harmonization of implementation of the London Convention with the SDGs and associated targets be pursued. And one way of doing this would be to internalize and integrate the SDGs in the London Convention strategic documents, such as the strategic plan and action plans, and further implementing these documents through regionally coordinated national actions. Technical cooperation and assistance activities must also remain a priority agenda and should be undertaken in collaboration and alongside similar programs under other agreements wherever possible. We have seen that some regional agreements that are doing tremendous work in addressing ocean dumping, such as the HELCOM, OSPA, among many others, are good examples. We therefore call upon such regional mechanisms to share their experiences wider and support to other regions in order to ensure that these regions are not left behind. Particularly, we invite other regions to consider strengthening, in this case, the Nairobi Convention, in order to continue offering its leadership in marine environment protection in the Western Indian Ocean region. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that the importance of this forum, which gives us an opportunity to renew our commitments and also look at how far we've come towards protection of the environment. I therefore implore all of us to take advantage of the benefits that have accrued in order to strengthen existing partnerships, build others, as well as form new platforms for collaboration in better managing and preserving our oceans and ocean governance. I thank you. Thank you. Was I speaking to myself?
No,
Dead silent.
Absolutely inspirational, Ambassador.
Yeah.
I think we could open it to the floor. Questions for Ambassador, because I think it was a very fresh perspective. And so please, maybe one or two who haven't asked questions today. Okay, we're definitely going to put this in the exam.
It's late.
Esteemed colleagues, George, please.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Hello?
Thank
Okay.
you, Karigithu, for your for this presentation. My question is as follows: is a bit more general, and I think it is a question that vexes us for a long time now. We see that IMO, the global regulator on maritime matters, plays a very important role, and with the progress of time, we see that its work also involves ocean issues. We say at WMU to our students that the ocean is single. We don't intend oceans which have just one ocean. And therefore, all the shipping matters, all the maritime matters are really in that vast area that have to be regulated. In your opinion, what is the most challenging matter currently, which pertains to regulating ocean and governance matters? Which is the most vexing maybe problem and the biggest challenge in regulating?
Thank you very much for that question. And I think I would say that uniformity, having one, we've got a regulation from the IMO, but in terms of implementation, I think one of the biggest challenges we have is we are many of us at different stages. We see the principle of leave no one behind, but of course we see that because of our various capacities, we are not always at the same level of implementation. And I think the time has come that we must work closer together. We must share more in terms of technological advancement, in terms of lifting areas that are not able to work as fast as we can. I think that remains one of the biggest challenges, the uniform application of the technical standards and requirements from the IMO in all the regions. Thank you. I hope I have covered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Anybody else? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. My name is Joseph, and I'm from Namibia. We have had now enough of lack of capacity in developing countries, but Africa has joined and signed to many conventions. I would like to hear from your opinion. What are we doing to advance innovation, using a policy to advance innovation in African countries? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a question coming from the African region. We must work together more. And I think yesterday we just finished a very good meeting with the Association of African Maritime Administrations. And I think the point was made that we must collaborate more. We must have more forums like that one to hold each other accountable, to also share knowledge and capacity, because we have to, the meeting acknowledged yesterday actually that we do have the technical personnel, the experts, but we need to work more, and therefore AMA must live to its, to the goals for which it was established, and bring a forum which unites the maritime administrations to work together under the African Union. And I think that's a good beginning in terms of collaboration and sharing of experiences and sharing of technical expertise, and also for those who are ahead, working together towards one common purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I don't believe it, but we're right on time. So 17:30, I'd like to, on behalf of my colleagues and the organizers, to thank you very much, Ambassador. If I may, Nancy, who's a distinguished member of our Board of Governors and has contributed immensely to the management and stewardship of the university. To the audience here today, I'd like to commend not only the wonderful questions we've had from the floor, but obviously the contributions, the 25 participants here in the front of house. Extraordinary, wonderful welcome remarks from the presidents this morning. Director Dominguez kicked the day's work off in a wonderful fashion, and I think a very inspiring keynote to close out today's program. A very rich discussion, and I know we'll be drawing the various threads together tomorrow. I'd say one observation is that the world is a very small place when it comes to ocean issues. Obviously, Nancy joining us from Nairobi, and previously we had Rosemary Ray Fuse from Sydney and Dr. Maria Amalia Rodriguez Chavez from Costa Rica, David Freestone, in relation to Sargasso Sea from Washington, DC. And of course, here in our audience, we have representatives from across the world. It's really a World Maritime University. And one of the things the president said to me at lunchtime today, I don't think there's a university in the world that delivered a conference program as global and as pressing, and indeed to the same scientific standards across the world today. So we are very grateful to our parent organization, the IMO, who came up with the concept of the conference. And of course, this is a wonderful event in the sense that we have a retrospective, and we haven't focused exclusively on the past. I think the solutions were very, very enticing. The good news is you're going to all go home now to dream about the London Convention tonight. And tomorrow morning, we're going to get up and we're going to repeat the whole exercise. We have 4 wonderful panels tomorrow, and jurisdictional issues, and Deputy Director of Legal Affairs is going to moderate that session tomorrow morning. We're also going to deal with back to the issue of capacity building, and you're absolutely right to raise the questions from the floor. You'll have not only Ambassador Rina Lee here remotely, but you will have 2 of the lead negotiators involved in the BBNJ process, 2 of the negotiators who are responsible for the capacity building provisions. The lead negotiator for G77 and China, Food, is going to give you a very direct view as to what his take is on the negotiations. And Mr. Carl Granger from a legal division in Ireland, who is the lead negotiator for the European Union, will give you a European Union perspective. My colleague, Jens Schroeder, professor here at the university, will moderate the issues of contemporary issues, and then we look at future developments. And of course, I see my distinguished colleague, Aykut, on board this afternoon, who will draw the various strands, which indeed Professor Schofield. So a very exciting program tomorrow. And I'm surprised to hear you have an exam on Monday. I thought that you're nearly ready to do the exam this week, but it's wonderful, the level of engagement, and we would encourage that again tomorrow. Madam President, Distinguished Director, our visitors and friends from across the world, and thank you very much, and a very pleasant evening. Thank you.